and then mana regeneration per second at level 45. So sword build, because you get like extra life, you lose mana, experience slower, but you gain this universe. So like the only thing that gets affected is the health of enemies and how hard they hit, and nothing else. It doesn't change like what gear drops. It doesn't change world levels. Nothing else. Um, on like everything. So if I miss something or I don't do something the way you would, just drop a comment and I'll check it out and graphics, all that stuff. So for render, it kind of plays a key factor to when monsters are behind me. It's best to see farther. But if you're on a screen over is your personal crafting screen, you're going to spend a good amount of time in here in the beginning. Like the quote unquote tutorial of the game. And the reason that this screen is so important is that not only it shows you like sort of step by step how to do certain things, but it also rewards you for completing these missions as you go. So I have one, you have to press A to go into the jump, and then I have to climb a wall. And then this I'll get 1 skill point. And skill points, like all RPGs, so see where it says like attack plus 0.1. So as I offer more items, this is for like later game, but there's things you can unlock. Some accessories that are very strong. This trick glider like heals and as you walk around it #20 skill points when you're maxed out already is so important. So it's like really good idea to always try to do these. And some are so fucking easy. So workbench. So I have to make a stone workbench, something I can make in my personal I have to knock an animal out and get 3 pieces of raw meat. So there's cows and sheep and deer and other stuff you can kill. on you. I mean, you can always handcraft another one on you, but it's just easier in the field. Like, say I go exploring and I need to craft something really quick, instead of having to run all the way back over here, just like have an extra one on you and just place it in the field. You can place stuff anywhere you want. So even if you need like a quick like safe area, like if stuff is attacking you, just build like a sloped, here I'll even do it for you, I'll show you an example. Crafting, and this is part of the missions anyways, having to build this stuff. So there's sloped walls, there's regular walls, and there's floors. So you can just like build your, it's like Fortnite almost. Even though I don't play the game, I know that's how you play it. I need to do the glider mission. So the thing that it wants you to do, there's two separate missions. I have to cook some food. So to cook food, you just place it into it. Now you can also place an individual piece. Look on the top left where it says A means pick, like it'll put the whole stack in there. Operations list, the very bottom button, it'll tell you all these different things you can do. It seems really daunting at first, but mostly it's just talking about like you can move one at a time, you can move half a stack, you know, you can pick up, it's just all the different ways you can use your buttons together. And it's super, 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 super important to know them, because like when you're, say you're fighting a dragon and you need to like equip something to your hotbar really fast, like a spell or a heal or something like that, if you don't know how to use your buttons really quick, you're gonna die. So this one, like I know that pressing right trigger and A is floating one. So if I just want to cook one thing of something really quick, that's how you do that, instead of having to cook your whole stack and waiting like forever. Plus the missions will like cook one piece of meat anyways. Another mission, it wants you to jump on the fire so you take damage. And this is why I go near water, so I don't die. And then I have to eat that piece of meat. And then the other one is, see where it says ride the updraft from the campfire? You can like do this. It's awesome to like travel really far. And if you're good at building, like you can figure out how far up like you get pushed by the updraft, and then build like a little floor like up here, and then put another campfire so you can go even higher, because eventually you have to reach that little island up in the sky right there. There's a Anubis. He's like the game like boss, I guess you can call him. But he's also like the mini tutorial boss that like he raises your stats for you by giving him certain items. Okay, so another quick and dirty tutorial for the game that a lot of people just kind of don't notice at first, because it's really easy not to notice. But okay, so look at the difference between this regular egg. Next to its name, it just says egg and nothing else. So this has no enchantments on it. So the word enchantment is just it's like an upgrade. So if something has an enchantment on it, that means that when you're holding that item or you use that item, you will also get that upgrade as well. So this egg doesn't have any, so it doesn't say anything. This flesh, it says animal's flesh, but above it, it has green colored where it says sheep's and raw. That's two separate enchantments. So if I ate this food, because it's a consumable, underneath it on the description where it says apply to consumables, I would both, because it's sheep gives you restore life of 5 points, so I would gain 5 life points. But because it's also a raw piece of meat, I lose 10 life points. So if I ate this, I would technically lose 5 life points. So looking at my life where it says 96 out of 110, by eating this, I'm going to be down to 91. That's how you do that. That's how you figure out like what enchantments do. So not even just food, but like equipment. Well, this stuff doesn't have any yet because we're on a basic island, but this piece of wool has the enchantment sheep on it. So if I made a hat or something out of this sheep, or out of the sheep's wool, potentially that equipment would have the enchantment sheep on it, if that makes sense. And that's like the most crucial part of like the whole game, because over here, if you notice, there's 8 different slots you can hold. Like there's the headgear, chest gear, your glider, 2 swords or 2 weapon slots, your like armor equipment slot, so like arrows, pouches, something like that, and then 2 accessory slots. Every piece of this has the potential to have 4 enchantments stacked on each piece. So you have potentially like 32 slots to work with to make a build, if that makes sense. And you'll see as I go, like I'll start equipping better stuff that has multiple enchantments on it that all work together, and then you'll see my attack damage or my magic attack start going way higher, and I'll start doing way more damage. But that's all like super in depth, and you'll see as I go like how I how I gather materials that specifically have like plus magic damage or something like that. Okay, so eat the cooked meat. Going back to the missions again, I always get lost on tangents because there's so much stuff to this game that like, and it all like works together as well. So like by cooking the meat, it turned it from sheep's raw flesh to then sheep's fried flesh. So you change the raw to fried. So now when I eat this, I'm both gonna get 10 hunger back. There's hunger in this game too. Welcome to survival. So I gain 10 hunger back. I also gain 5 life for it being sheep's, and then I also gain 15 life and 7 more hunger because it's now has the fried enchantment on it. And the way you can tell that they're two separate is because there's 2 separate lines. If sheep's fried was 1 enchantment, it would be like 1 longer sentence. There wouldn't be like 2 separate things, and you'll kind of see that like later on. Like it's easier to tell, like, that's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, so eating this, I gain a bunch of life, and I gain some, they call it satiety, or however you say it, but I just call it hunger for ease of use. There's also health potions and stuff. Okay, and then another quick tip, see how there's like this poop on the ground? Collect any feces you find, any feces, because later on it's super important to have it. So even if like other people, like these tutorial people who aren't really that important right now, if they poop, pick it up. If an animal poops, go ahead and grab it. Like, I mean, don't die, don't go out of your way to go get it, but like you need a lot of it for something later on. Okay. So for now I need to craft a market, set up the market. So markets are where you can sell items, obviously. Can I make it? Oh, it's probably in the workbench, that's right. So the workbench can make everything that your so like my personal crafting screen is very limited. I can make everything that I can make in my personal screen can also be made in the workbench. So it's just, the workbench is just like a little bit better than yours, but the workbench has way more, like as I unlock the ages with this item right here, the altar of civilization, I'll be able to access a lot more stuff to build later on. All right, market. Let's place this right here. Okay, and when you're placing things, if you look in the bottom left, there's 3 options you can, well, 4 technically. There's 3 options you can press with your D-pad. I can either rotate it, so it'll turn it like 90 degrees, or like 30 for 45 degrees. Yeah, it's 45 degrees. And then you can do it both directions. And the way to tell if something is facing frontwards or backwards, see that bigger arrow that's like right next to the campfire? As I rotate it, oh, and autosave activated, sorry. Okay, so as I rotate it, so like now it's facing to the right and now it's facing to the bottom of the screen. That's how you tell if something's facing forward or backwards. So you can kind of like figure out which way something needs to face. And that's important for building later on. But for now, there's 2 building modes as well. So I call this free placing because it's not attaching to the quote unquote grid. There's like an invisible grid in the game. It's all squares. So this is like free placing. I can literally attach it anywhere. And then by pressing up on the D-pad, it switches it to grid mode. So see how it's got like, it's squared off. It's like perfectly lined up with the game. That's useful for like making sure your base doesn't look all janky. I hate when like I walk into a base and like there's like 30 chests in a row, but they're all like misaligned. By snapping to the grid when you place stuff, you'll guarantee that things will be straight and like your OCD won't be all affected. Plus it makes building a lot easier because look, like that's perfectly straight. So if I needed to build like something off this way, I know that that direction is straight. Okay, so I need to make 100 gold by placing stuff over in this inventory, the market inventory, and it'll keep track of how much something is worth. Like it'll tell you in the description. So like each individual one of these walls is worth 6 gold. So if I move this whole stack, I'll make 60 gold when it sells in 4.5 minutes. But for now, just gonna do potions because I don't need them, and they're super easy to come by. And that's 300 gold, so perfect. So in like 4.5 minutes, see the timer at the top? It sells every 5 minutes in game, so you can just throw something in there and walk away and it'll do its own thing. And that's that. So I can wait for that. Claim these 2 missions. Skill point, skill point. Okay, so one more rabbit jump, and then double jump, because I love it. It's awesome. And I only ever do 1 point in double jump, because I just want it to like unlock. Now, if I did another point, that second jump would be a little bit, like, farther up in the air. But this is good for now. And then, glider. And if you notice, the stamina is kind of bad, so if you crouch, you regain it faster. So, like, if I tumble around, like, it takes a little bit longer to like, if you're up and walking around, it takes a little bit longer. So crouching saves your ass sometimes, because you'll need the stamina to get away from things sometimes. So that's always a good thing to know. Oh, and then these tutorial people, I haven't really talked about them because they don't actually tell you anything. I don't know why they called them tutorial. They tell you like basic shit that you like already know. Like attack with RT. It's like that's the first thing the game tells you to do anyways. And then this one, collecting items, like, I mean, I guess. Yeah, like once you step off this like platform, their information becomes useless because you already know it. So you can either just leave them alone. There's an item in game that can prevent things from respawning if these little text bubbles get super annoying, which I will do. Or you can put them on your machines to make them automate. That's a little down the road. But for now, I need to craft Altar of Civilization. Oh, I know. Okay, so if you need to equip something quickly to the hotbar, so click on it, so where it moves it like that, and then if you scroll with your right analog once, press it down once, it'll go straight to the hotbar. And then you can just click on something you're not using, go over to it, equip it, make sure it's snapped to the grid. See how like this is just free placing? I can kind of put it at whatever angle I want. I always snap to the grid, and then make sure that the arrow, see where it's pointing, it is now square. Do a little summoning jutsu. There we go. And there's my altar. And this is all going to get moved later, so even if you don't want to listen and like don't snap things to the grid, you can always pick something up. Like if you don't like how this looks, I can just go close to it. And if you look on the far right where it says hold X to retrieve, you can pick things up. Like I don't want to do it because it takes forever to replace it, but like this campfire, I can just pick it up. And then it goes right back to your inventory, undamaged, replace it, no big deal, donezo. Okay, so this Altar of Civilization, this is what will allow you to advance through, they're called ages. There's like 7 or how many? Like 7 or 8? I don't remember. But it's what lets you unlock more items to use in the game. So like they don't want to just like immediately give you the best weapons and the best, you know, stuff in the game. They like let you slowly progress through them. So you like take the time to learn about every piece of like equipment and machine, because you have to. Like if you don't know how stuff works, you're gonna struggle in the later game to like even farm for materials because you won't know how to automate stuff. So I really suggest anytime you unlock something new, even you don't even have to use it, just read it. Like read what it does. But so to progress through the ages, you have to offer items and money and materials. So you can like basically proving to the game like I've mastered the age I'm in, I'm ready for the next one. So like you have to offer items. So this, you have to get logs. I need 10 of them, which I already have. I need 10 stone, which I can get. I need 10 copper. So I need the pickaxe and go get some copper. And I already have some meat. And then right above this it says I need 100 gold, but I have 1,000, so whatever. So right now I just need some stone and copper, and I'll be able to show you what advancing through the ages is. And it's really fun because like it's always nice to unlock new stuff to play with. So to tell what the stones are, like right off the bat, this is iron, this is copper, this is stone. Oh, and the merchant just sold, so I got the money thing. Get that. That's another skill point. Boom, boom. Okay, now I could go individually and explain each individual skill and tell you what they all do, but honestly, if you're playing, just read them. They're not bad. Like a lot of okay, and then the way to tell what a skill is, if it's a circular skill, like all of these ones are circles, they're a passive skill. So they happen without you really even doing anything. Like they're just part of like this one, you just passively gain more mana. This one, whenever you crouch, you become invulnerable, stuff like that. So if it's a square skill, that means you have to equip it to the hotbar and then also press it to use it. So it's an activated skill. And then the diamond ones, those are just like basically upgraded versions or like something that already happens. Like you have to press a button to do it, like pressing jump again. There's not many of those. So like this one, you would have to crouch and then hold a button. So it's like sort of like an activated skill, but it's just something you could just hold a button and do versus going down to your hotbar and pressing it to activate it. So there's 3 types. But for now, I just want to do, I've already got double jump. Those are all good. Maybe, and I said it was going to be a mage. Everybody should always have at least one spell or one level in heal, because if you look over on the left where it says level 1, it's the white numbers, not the blue. The highlighted blue means like the next level will be that much. So the very first skill level of heal, you're already healing 45% of your total health. You could have 1,000,000 health and only one level in heal will heal you for like 450,000 health. I mean, I obviously don't have that much. I only have 114 health, but 45% of that is a little bit over 50. So it's really good. It's already better. I think I already sold them, but the healing potions are 50 health. So like just for a little bit of mana, I can already do better than the basic health potions with one level in healing. So I always grab it like one level. It's the most efficient too. Is like once you're getting like higher like level 50s and stuff, when you're really cramped on skill points, like you're gonna wish that you didn't spend 6 points in heal, because at max it does 70%, which sounds really good, but like the payoff for each skill point you spend in it gets less and less and less, because it's only 5% each time you spend a skill point versus the very first time you get 45%. So it's like a huge difference. So I only ever spend 1 point, sometimes maybe 2 if I'm feeling like it. But I need 3 points in the tier 1 to unlock tier 2. So I usually just do like runic bra. You can create a campfire out of nothing, which is stupid because you can just create it in your crafting screen. Creating a bucket of water is also kind of dumb, because you can just craft a bucket for really cheap and then just fill up the bucket of water manually, and then later on you can get a well, which makes buckets of water super fast. So I just do runic barrage because it's the best. Like wind edge is just not strong enough, because if you look at it, there's 3 wind blades that come out that do 5 damage each. That's 15 damage. This does, I guess, the same thing. Oh shit, I guess it does do the same thing. But this is also more accurate too. Like this thing hits really hard. I don't know why there's like, it's seemingly, because I've used both before and it seems like wind edge is way weaker for some reason. Maybe it's just overall 5 damage. I don't know. But honestly, I only have to spend 3 points in this category. I always just do 1. You can do it all in heal if you want, I guess. But then this next category unlocks, honestly, this one right here. This is the strongest magic move in the game. I call it Ice Beam. As long as you're hitting headshots or critical shots, this is the strongest move in the game, literally. But the only backdraw to it is every time you pull the trigger, like it's a held skill, like once I cast it, I have to hold it. It's kind of hard to aim, and it also uses a lot of mana per second, and it uses buckets of water to cast. So it's like, it's not an early game move, but I could get it, but honestly, it's not really a good one to start off with. I usually go lightning bolt or lightning ball on the far right. So lightning bolt will just strike like a few times in the same spot. Lightning ball will be like a ball of lightning that damages anything inside it, just not you or your friends. But it stays there for like, where does it say? Oh, it actually doesn't say. It's like 20 seconds. So I usually do this one. And then to activate a skill, you have to click it, and then as you do the second page for all my skills. So same thing with heal. It's an activated skill. And runic brush. Same thing if you had, like, say I was going combat route and I had a bunch of combat skills. Like, if I wanted to do triple slash, I'd have to, well, spend the point on it, but then equip it to my hotbar to use it as well. I don't have to equip any of these. I have one more skill I can spend. Magic shield. Best at dodging, and you're taking a lot of damage, just grab magic shield. But I don't have to worry about it now because I'm not really fighting anything to begin with. So I think I might just do maybe Gather's Friendly. So these skills under the living tab, they're good for like gathering stuff. Some things are random as hell, like you just lose less money when you die. So, oh yeah, that's a good thing to cover. So when you die, you don't lose anything. You don't lose any items that you're holding. You only lose 10% of your held money, which is like literally nothing right now because you're only holding 1,600 gold, or I am. So 10%, I would lose 160 gold. Like, what do you do? Plus your weapons and armor that you're equipped at the time of death, they lose like a little bit of overall durability, but that doesn't matter because you can completely restore that with a machine that you can build early game. So it's like some of these things are so, like, some skills make it sound like they're really good, like losing less money when you die, like holy shit, that's really good to get. But if you think about it, it's a waste. Like, you would never want to waste your skill points on this. So some skills are traps, so don't worry too bad if it's your first time play, but definitely take your time to read through all these to make sure you're not getting something that's like worthless. But some of these are like super good. Like this skill right here, Gatherers Get Frenzy. You basically every time you swing a pickaxe or a regular axe, you lose a little bit of health, but you do an insane amount of damage to the tree or the rock, so you can gather both quicker, and then on some resources you can gather more of it. So it's a good item. It's a good skill to grab. But for now, I'm just gonna grab the passive ones for mining because it just says the efficiency of the pickaxe increases. So it basically means I can just mine rocks faster. That's it. Same thing for this. It just makes it faster to cut down trees. But it's like a really small amount, so like at first you don't notice it. Like, wait till you get to like stronger rocks, and instead of taking like 10 swings to kill it, you can do it in like 5 or something like that. So you'll notice later on in the game. But for now, I need some copper. And you can tell it's the copper because it's like that. It's literally copper colored. This is like the easiest rock to notice. And then, or at least on this island. And so the way pickaxes work and like the rarity of stones. So like a regular stone is like a level 1 resource. Right here, stone. See where under its description box, the picture has a 1 star. So any pickaxe in the game can mine stone. Same thing for logs, same thing for straw, sand, stuff like that. So copper is the next step up. It's a level 2. So you can have a level 1 axe mine it, or pickaxe mine it, or a level 2 pickaxe, or well, then any of them actually in the game can mine copper as well. But basically, a pickaxe can mine 1 level above itself. So because I have a stone pickaxe, I can mine up to level 2 things. But since iron, this rock right here, is a level 3, I need at least a level 2 pickaxe. So the best way to go about it, go to your crafting. I can't make anything better than a stone axe, so I probably have to make something to make better weapons. So I just gotta... I don't have it unlocked yet, but it's basically I need to make something in a furnace. But I need some copper to advance the age. 13, I think I need a stone as well. And I was gonna gold, logs, and meat, I'm pretty sure was the last thing. Yeah, these guys get pretty annoying, like seeing their speech bubbles pop up a lot, so I eventually just kill all of them, and then there's an item that you can prevent their respawns. Alright, so I have everything I need to progress the age. And once you do, you just press X. It does this little animation. Bada bing, bada boom. And that was one of the missions too, so I can go over and look at that. So is craft the altar, use the altar, use skill points, meet the god of the sky. It's literally an Anubis, like he's the Egyptian god king or whatever. I forget what his whole thing is, but he's up there, so I gotta go talk to him. And then there's this item in the game called a Slate of Growth. It's like a blue Like if anybody's religious, like the slates that Moses, no, not Moses. Anyways, the damn tablet things, they look like little slates that have like writing on them, but they're blue. And then those you give to Anubis, and he raises your stats, either health, mana, or stamina. And in early game, just go straight stamina, because you can always reset those as well, and do something else for later game. But in the beginning, like running out of stamina is like your biggest problem, honestly. Okay, so now that I unlocked a whole bunch of stuff for this next stage, you notice that the requirements have changed. So now I'm going to need something called wheat flour, a detector, and a copper shield. I need to offer those items and 2,000 gold. So that is basically my next goal, as well as completing these missions as I go. So the next mission I'm going to do is the copper things, make a blacksmith, a bow, arrow, and a copper shield. And that'll be really easy, really quick. Okay, so now that I've advanced the age, my personal crafting has expanded. So I have all these new items that I could potentially craft and get. As well as on the workbench, your main place of making most stuff. This is also expanded as well. And this can make a lot more stuff now. Like all these workbenches and machines and stuff, I'm going to go through and do all these. Cooking pots, fishing stuff, like teleporting things to go to different islands, like all this new building materials, all this stuff. Every time you unlock, make sure you go through and just read what it is. Even if you think you know what something does, like chests, just read it. Like this tells you, used to store items, beware of fire, as setting it on fire will losing the items inside the chest. That's really important, like to know, because a lot of people like to build like not over water. Like I build away from animals because they like to mess with your stuff. So say I had like my whole base build. Let me craft some floors really quick and I'll just give you an example. A lot of newbies end up making their house out of the wood because it's like the first thing that you can craft for building stuff. They end up doing this. And I hate it because it's like the most basic thing in the world. But they always end up building like something like here. And they don't realize like how bad of a design this is, because if things are made out of wood and you have one of the first things the game has you make, campfire, which I don't have any logs, awesome. People always put their campfires like right out in the open. And then animals will just wander by and step on the campfire. And then this wood floor will catch on fire, and then all their wood chests catch on fire, and then literally their entire house burns down, and they're left with pretty much nothing. And then they're like, they're wondering why like they didn't, you know, how everything got burnt and stuff, without reading, like, because just reading that chest would have told you wood things catch on fire. Yep, and even where it says right here, beware that wooded buildings will be on fire when they are too close to the fire. So sometimes you just gotta read, which I know is kind of boring, but it literally tells you like everything you need to know in the descriptions, which is really nice. But for my first base, that's why I also build near water too, just in case I catch on fire for some stupid reason. Like I'll be too close to the campfire, you can just roll off into the water and you're good, because you take damage obviously. Okay, mine 30 pieces of copper ore, craft a stone furnace, smelt the copper. Okay. So to build a furnace, go here. It's under item creation tab, because you're creating stuff out of iron ore into iron ingots or copper ore. And I can't make it yet because I don't have enough logs, of course. But I can make a blacksmith. So blacksmith is where you take your materials and turn it into weapons and armor. So I usually keep this stuff near each other. So I snapped it to the grid. It is now perfectly straight. Put it right there. Boom. Okay, I may be a little bit off, but that's fine. So when you go into the blacksmith, the first category is all your weapons that you could potentially make. Don't take every single weapon seriously. So with Japanese games, they sometimes just add things in as a joke. I mean, sometimes they're viable weapons in armor. Sometimes they're literally just, they're meant to be just funny, or just as like an update, like for a winter thing. Or like this was a summer update, they added water guns. It's a level 12 legendary water gun that does no damage. So it's just, sometimes it's just meant to be something stupid. So don't take every weapon seriously like a crutch. Like, it's just for a laugh. Now some things are actually really really good. So like this knight sword is a decent sword to start. Um, but the way the game flows, like they want you to start with like the basic stuff and work your way up through the better things. So for now, the game is gonna want me to make a sword out of some enchanted iron that I can go get really quick for one of the missions. But you can basically make shields. Once again, banana peel trap. Like it's just something stupid. And then here's all your accessories. So you got rings, amulets, more amulets. You got chokers, bracelets, stuff like that. Like they all do something different. Like don't worry too much about like what it takes to craft them. Like these all look kind of crazy for like what's required. But the real important part of accessories is like what their passive abilities are. So like this red choker has a heat resistance. So like there's some islands that you need resistances to like heat or ice or poison, and that's where these kinds of things come into play. But that's later in the game, and honestly it's a little easier to just make the potions for those resistances anyways. But there's never one specific way to do things, which is what I really like about the game. You can do anything and any way you want. So if you're running into a problem, like don't fret, like just think about, okay, if I'm taking too much damage when I'm in a desert, how can I alleviate that? You can either make a really quick amulet, you can make a potion, you can wear a piece of armor, or you can just tough it out and run with a bunch of healing spells and just go that way. But like I said, you can always do something in a different way if something's not working. Oh, and then armor at the very bottom. For now, it's just plain old clothes. I don't think I'm gonna worry about it because I mean it takes leather and rags, which is just, if you ever need to know how to make something, like if you don't know how to make old rags, which is a crafting thing, look on the far right see where it says details and it has a little magnifying glass, that Windows button. So if I need to check the old rags, I press details. So to make plain clothes, I should have done the men, plain clothes for men, I can look down under here, and if I want to make like old rags, I need to make 5 of them. You click on it and it shows you to make old rags. It says methods to acquire. You have to craft it, and I can craft with 2 straw at a crafting facility or at the workbench, and that's what that one is, to make old rags. So that's how you use your details screen. Like, okay, so another example, if I wanted to make this amulet, press details. It requires seashells, eggs, mushrooms, and steel ingots. And if I don't know how to get any of those things, so like I don't know how to get steel ingots yet, you click on it, and then steel ingots are crafted. Once I'm in the 3rd age, they're made from iron ingot at the crafting facility. That's the furnace. And then it also gives you other options, like right below where it says how to craft it, it's also dropped from a specific location, so treasure chests, and then gotcha, something for later. Or some things drop stuff. So it gives you all these different ways to obtain certain materials. And then over on the right, because I'm on the steel ingot screen, the stuff on the right is what you can craft with steel. So like you can go from like swords, pickaxes, and bows, and guns, which I don't use guns, but some people like using guns. There's guns in the game, but those are way later. There's all kinds of things you can craft. So like the detail screen is really good to use, because it shows you a lot of different ways to make things, and how to, like, if you're out in the fields and you're like, shoot, I forget what do I need for that amulet again, you can just go to like one of the materials is in there, press details, and then find that item you were trying to build. So say I was trying to build like one of these floors or walls, and then boom, that's how you find stuff, like, and what is required. But for now, I need to go get some more copper. Oh, and now's a good time to teach you guys about hunger as well. So, which way is easier? Okay, that's probably right there. Okay, so see right next to my character, the stamina bar? Because my hunger is below 50%, I'm losing my max amount of stamina. So I have to eat something to gain that stamina back. So, for food, I don't have anything edible besides this jelly. That's it. Okay, so I gotta start worrying about food. So the quickest and easiest way is just, the game already told you, is like going by killing animals and collecting their flesh and cooking it. So just kill a bunch of these sheep, go cook them all off. Now, cooked meat only gives you about like 10 to 20, depending on what type of meat it is. Like chicken meat is different than sheep's meat. Oh, poop. That's good. So eventually you're going to want to start making your own food. That's really good. Red herbs is something that you use to make potions, the healing potions out of. If you notice, I also grabbed a seed as well. You can plant the seed in something later on that isn't unlocked yet. But you can eventually grow your own plants and make your own potions very efficiently. And you can auto do it. So you don't. All you have to do is go over to a chest and there's a bunch of potions in there ready to go. Nice, cut down 10 trees. Oh yeah, one of the other missions is cut down 10 trees within a minute. And since bushes count as trees, what you want to do is, if you notice, these bushes all line up. I found a trick. So you basically, as soon as you do the swing animation and hear that like bush like chop down, you roll to the next one and chop, roll, chop, roll, chop, roll, and you'll be able to do it really easy. You just got to make sure your stamina doesn't run out though. So, chop. Oh shit. You may want to do this with a better axe because sometimes the bushes take 2 hits. But I think I'll be good because I already have 7, so. And I'm pretty sure the game gives you actually a little bit more than a full minute because I counted it and it was like 70 seconds. The game gives you a little bit of leeway. But yeah, that's how you do that mission. And then of course you can just always go back and get all this stuff. Come here, sheep. And if you notice, like an axe, because it's a cutting tool and not an actual weapon, it does a little bit less damage. Oh, okay. So these things right here, this flat, it's like, the way you can tell this is something, it's called a bedrock, is it's really wide and really flat rock. So they potentially have like over 1 million health or so. So I can sit here all day. So like regular rocks break after a couple hits, these ones will not. You can break them eventually late game, so you can replace them with things called artificial bedrocks, and those are like I wish I could just show you, but basically you could like replace it with like iron or like a higher level thing that has a lot of health as well. So you can like sit here and say get like a bunch of iron or silver or something like that. Hey, more poop. There we go, more poop. Always keep the poop because you'll need it for advancing to a late age. And it's really hard to come by if you don't know how to find it. Alright. I do need a decent amount of stone because I need a bunch of furnaces. And then I'm going to make... there's something else I needed to make. Oh yeah, a bunch of copper. That's right. That's the other thing about early game is you always end up getting so distracted by like just the simplest thing. Like even if you know what you're doing. Like I was supposed to come out and get copper and here I am getting like stone and bushes and stuff. Okay. Anytime you level up, it's a good idea to go. You gain like a small boost to your life, your mana, your attack, your magic attack, and I don't think you get any defense. I could be wrong on that. But you gain small boosts in there. But you also gain your skill points. So you want to always make sure that you're keeping up on your skill points because, I mean, why not? Okay, I'm not sure what I want to go for. Yeah, so I think I'm just going to start doing magic, because then I can start killing some animals a little bit easier. I keep going lightning ball. Oh yeah, I didn't even do those. I didn't even show you guys. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the healing spell. Boop. It just heals you. It also has a cooldown. The runic barrage makes a loud noise. Or maybe, I guess they've changed that. It used to be so loud. And then this is my personal favorite, just because it's awesome. It's called the lightning ball. Do a little summoning, and then everything in this, if I get really close, it looks like a little blue Pikachu is what's causing all the lightning. Maybe even a Raichu. But everything in this like area will take damage, like all animals and monsters. So, and it lasts like a solid 10-15 seconds. And it's really, really good. So like once your magic attack is really high, that move is very strong because it does damage like every half second. Come back here. There we go. Okay, so copper here. Oh, chat. Okay, I wanna channel view. Bah. Hate when people come in and like, I wanna. You can pay to promote your channel. I'm like, I don't care. I just do this because it's fun. Oh yeah, copper up here. And I'm sorry if somebody does leave a comment and I don't see it. I'm really sorry. I barely checked the comment section on my phone. Okay, how much do I need? 30, 20. Got some more just in case. You actually don't need too much copper in the overall scheme of the game. It's literally mostly used just in the tutorial, just to teach you how to make ore. Then you quickly move on to iron, and then you basically use iron for the rest of the game. And don't worry if you guys have never played this game before. This isn't the only island. Like, this thing is really small. So let's go looking up here really quick. So when you're climbing, your stamina does not come back. If you find yourself where you're like at the top of a cliff and you're about to run out of stamina, don't panic. Just kind of hold onto the wall, catch your breath, grab a wall or grab a floor. Click the floor. You don't even have to shoot. You don't even have to move. I shouldn't have jumped. I pressed the wrong button. But so equip the floor, place it, and then just fall, and then you can just catch your stamina and keep climbing. I noticed that, like, when I was playing with some friends and stuff, they'd always be like, "Oh man, I keep falling off the cliffs." It's like you can still place when you have like this latch thing, you can place where like around you. So you just make it to where it's like under you, even if it's off to the side, and then you can just keep on going. So this is like the highest point in the game, or for this island. So I like to come up here. I can't really see shit. You can just chop these trees down. A lot of people like to play, build their base up here, but it's too far away from like the loading in point of the island. It's really annoying. So I always just build down by the bridge down there. See how it's taking forever to chop down the log? If I had better axes, it would take like 1 or 2 hits. But let's get some copper. And this thing right here, this is a altered transportation. This is what allows you to travel to other islands, but right now I obviously don't have anything unlocked, so here we go. Yes, okay, that is probably one of the best first islands to unlock. So the Island of Residence. I won't go into it too crazy, but they basically there's characters in the game called NPCs, and they give you fetch quests, so where you bring them certain items that they're asking for, and some of the stuff you get back like as a reward is really, really, really useful. So I'll show you all that here in a little bit, but for now I just want to see what else I can open. Okay, that's good as well. This will give me access to the lowest level of a dragon possible, which is good because he drops really, really, really good enchanted iron, which I can use to make like some good beginner armor, like right off the bat. And same thing, this one also spawns, it actually spawns both dragons. It spawns the red regular dragon and then also a bone dragon, which can make some good defensive armor. I really wish that this island had been something different, like the 4 one. Okay, so those are the only islands I could unlock because they require the easy materials. Now these ones are going to need iron ingots, logs, and 1,000 gold. So these ones are going to be a little bit before I can get to, but that's fine because this island alone just made the rest of the game a lot easier because of the merchants. It's literally it. The merchants will let me have access to like a bunch of stuff to buy in like big stacks, and like once I get money going, that'll basically be over, or it'll be OP, having access to merchants. And then the only other island I'll need to have access to early is the Fallen Leaves Island, so I can get the jack-o'-lantern for money, because there's like a whole thing you can do to produce money like super fast, which you really need. And then copper right here. That's iron. I should just make an copper pickaxe anyways. Oh, there it is. Also, you can do the jump move with your pickaxe as well. Just looks cooler. Sometimes you get lucky and hit the thing a couple times at once instead of just swinging like this. You can get like a double hit with the jump swing. Doesn't always work though. And then of course when you run out of stamina, you kind of like don't move as fast. All right. So a couple things to explain about ocean, like the different types of water, and there's also lava in the game, and the reason it's important. So you don't take damage in any kind of regular water, like ocean water, the rivers, that little pond that was at the top up there. You don't take damage from being in it, but all other monsters and animals and everything else in the game do, except for crocodiles. Those are the only other, which is really annoying because you need them for iron production. But crocodiles don't drown. But every other monster, like if you noticed earlier, let me unequip this. When these people go in the water, like they start taking damage every second, and then eventually die. So that's good to know because like later on in the game when you're making production, you need to know how to kill animals quickly, so that we can farm their materials instead of having to hand kill everything. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to make a furnace. Oh yeah, so and then in this, whenever you're crafting, if you want to scroll quickly instead of pressing individually down, just press the right trigger down or the right analog. That's one click, like for the right analog, so you can like scroll super fast. But for now, I need the furnace. Of course, I only have 10 logs. I need to go get some more, anyways. Okay. Furnace. Equip. Snap to the grid. Make it. The spot that you have to like go into its inventory is like right where it's like right here. So whenever you're placing it, think about where you can like access the furnace, because if you face it the wrong way, you'd have to like walk this way, like over here. So you gotta, it's like where this little group of iron ingots are. Okay, so in the furnace you can create charcoal from logs, or these 3 ingots that I've unlocked so far. But charcoal, the easiest way to get it early game is just by making a torch and then just setting a tree on fire, instead of waiting for this to make it. Which I will need charcoal, so I'm gonna have to go do that eventually. So, it's at 20. There we go. Material inventory, nice. What's this? Anubis. Okay. Then I have to make a copper bow, wood arrows, and a copper shield. Take 5. Yeah, I need logs, of course. So yeah, logs and stone are basically like what you need in the early game. Feces, let's go. Feces. Yeah, these guys drop feces. I think the metric is like every 30 minutes. This is for all animals. Every 30 minutes, there's like a 5% chance or something like that for something to poop. So it's really slow. The only animal in the game that eventually drops a lot of poop really quickly is the giraffe. You have to turn it into a pet, though, before it starts dropping a lot of poop. And then it just starts shooting it out like a cannon. It's awesome. It's a lot. Trees. Okay, and also whenever you deplete a resource, so like when this tree breaks, it does not come back. So like if I potentially cut down every tree and got all these stones all over the island, then there would be no more left over. Like there wouldn't be resources left, which is okay because you can unlock like hundreds of islands anyway. So it's not like, don't worry too much about running out of stuff to get, because trust me, you will not run out of stuff to grab. You may deplete the first island. Like there's plenty of people that have done that before, but after that you're gonna realize like, okay, that's almost impossible to deplete every resource on every map. It's doable, but I wouldn't suggest it. Just get some more stone. I should have made a copper pickaxe. What was I thinking? Or copper weapons. Oh well. I'll do it when I get back. 23, that should be fine. I think it said wood arrows. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the game's way of being like, all right, this you can do swords, you can do bow and arrow, you can do magic, copper shield. That's right. Heyo. And then if you wanted to do sword and shield, you could just go up here. Pretend the stick is a sword. It's now in the main hand. I thought this was main hand. Oh, I guess that is the main hand. And then you just equip the shield. And then if you need to, you use this to swing, and then this to block. Left trigger. And if you forget, it's in the bottom left. Boop. You can't shield when you're in the air though, but you can still swing. You can damage your buildings and stuff, like anything you place has a life. So if you look back over where it says hold X to retrieve, since I hit it, it's now like not at full. If you damage something close, you can just pick it up and it'll get all its health back. Place it again, boom, full health. Same thing for any building material. What else did I have to do? Okay. Dungeons. I'll do that in a sec. Let me do this thing. Actually, I have to build it first. I can't just pick up this one. Right there. Alright, I'm running out of room, so let's not build with wood. Let's build with stone. I like building with the basic stone as my floors because you're gonna have to do a lot of measuring. When I say measuring, like let me just place this and show you. So see how the stone has I've already counted. It has 10 squares across on each side, so there's 100 squares in this thing. It's 10 by 10. You can count, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like when you're placing certain items, like, and you need it to be on a certain spot, you can like count with the squares. So if I need this thing to, like, for certain automations, you need to have things lined up specifically. So it's a really good tool that I use a lot, like literally a lot, to like line things up. So say I needed to make sure this workbench was dead center, I could just make sure like it's lined up on this middle line, and then also right there, like that's dead center. I know that because like where I'm standing is the middle line. There's 5 squares on the right and there's 5 squares on the left, and then right here is dead center is the middle line because there's 5 squares on the left and the 5 squares on the right. So that's how you know that something is dead center of a piece of a flooring. So if I was using the wood, it's a little harder because it's like slightly janky. They're not really lined out very perfectly. Plus there's no way to line up something this way except for that middle piece. So I just like using the stone floors a lot for building because you can measure. I don't think many other floorings do that because there's a lot of different building styles in the game. But this was like the only one that has like a perfect 10 by 10 like layout, which is nice. That there. And like I said, this area is going to be temporary, so I'm just going to make something a little bit bigger so it's nicer. Not so cramped. And you can build through, like, you can clip things, and you can also trick the game, and I'll show you that a lot on how to build things. So this wood stuff is like not really glitching anything. You just gotta line it up. It will allow you to build through, but say I wanted. This is one of my favorite things about the game too, because it's kind of like Ark with the building style. So you could say I wanted to put this slope here. Oh, come on. No, it won't let me. Okay. So if I wanted it in the spot right there, see how it won't let me place it because there's something obstructing it. There's this slope piece right there. You can trick the game for a second. So if I put it somewhere, like it's highlighted blue, if I look left for like a millisecond, it's available. If I time it just right, the game will let me place it. But it just takes practice and a little bit of, like, see how I'm like kind of riding the line right there? If you just do it just right, it'll let you place. See? And that trick, that glitch trick of like tricking the game into letting you play something, I use that in almost every building, like automation and stuff for like clipping through walls. Oh, it's so good to know. Plus, there's another item called the absorber, which lets you pull things into a chest. I use that for glitching the absorber through floors, so you can like absorb things from underneath, and then also still have a floor there. It's really, really good technique to know. Plus, it makes like when you build houses and stuff, it makes it look nice. So then I can do this, and if I wanted, put some walls up. That way I don't keep constantly falling off the edge like I love to do. And then I can keep going if I wanted to around this way. And this is like almost always what I end up doing with my starter base, is like just building this little like starter area, just because it makes it look a lot better. And then once again, I want to make, just like I did over here, like a nice little corner. The game will not let you do that. If I'm going by the game rules, I would not be able to place this here, like at all. But because I know how to do this, you can. And sometimes it does place in the wrong spot, but you can always retrieve and keep going, or keep trying. And then you don't always have to go from the side. I can also go from above as well. It's basically as long as the game thinks like, hey, because I can place something here, I can then trick the game into doing it from this direction as well. So like, remember you can rotate as well if you need to. But once again, like the game building is a little bit weird, so you gotta work with it. Nope. See, I placed that one really low under here. But yeah, that's just how you would do that. But the easiest way is to just do it from the side. Oh, come on. Now you don't have to do this. So this is just something I like to do, just for my own OCD. Although if this doesn't work in the next 5 seconds, I'm just gonna give up on it for now and just come back later. Come on. But it's a good practice because this is how I do stacking. There we go, I got it. It's really annoying, but it's doable. Yeah, that should be fine for now. Cool, because then I can start building more stuff up here. Remember, you can always place things on your hotbar to make it easier instead of having to go in and out of your inventory every single time. So if you know you're gonna like place a bunch of things down, just pop it all on your hotbar and and place away. So I usually keep my furnaces right next to my blacksmith because you use them together a lot. Also, when you're lining things up, notice I want it to be right there, but the game won't let me unequip it. Just take the wall away. Make sure you snap to the grid so you know everything's lined up. This is where I want it to be. Place it and go back. And then do the placement glitch with the wall. See how it's red? I can still technically place it there if I do it here first and then look down and place it the right second. Sometimes it's a little hard to do, but you can do it. I promise. See? That is how you get things to be as close to the wall as you can get. Awesome. Okay, take this away. Place this. And you could technically do it with this as well. Sometimes if you jump, it'll let you place it in the air and it'll just fall straight down. So that's a really good trick too. If you're getting really frustrated, just try the jump trick. Sometimes it'll let you. I don't know why, but it does. I'm gonna leave a gap right here so I can put another furnace there. And then right here, I'm gonna build another workbench. I like having multiple workbenches because say I want to make a lot of something, like say 50 walls or something like that. It's gonna take the workbench like a couple minutes or something like that. Like say I go down here and I'm gonna eventually use all these, but you can, in the bottom right next to where the crafting is, you can change how many it does at once. So you know what, fuck it, I'll do 50. but it still takes it a hot second. So just put down another workbench. That way, if while that's going, I can just have something else going. Don't ever tie yourself up. Don't forget, this is still a sandbox game, so if I wanted, I could have 20 workbenches all doing something all at the same time. Don't ever restrain yourself by like working with just one workbench or one furnace or one blacksmith. Build a bunch of them. Get them all working. Equip this. This I'd like to put over on this side. Snap to the grid by pressing up or whatever it is equivalent on your guys' games. Then you can rotate if you want. Let's put that here for now. So this is that big teleporting thing to where I can travel to other islands eventually. Altar of civilization. I usually just put it like right in front of it. Oh, no jump trick. There we go. And then this. Just go here. And, oh yeah, I forgot. Another one of these. Because why not? Sorry, I was playing another game before and A was like the select button, so I'm going to jump a lot instead of placing something for a little bit. Oh yeah, furnaces crafted in the workbench. Scroll down. Do one more. You're going to be using a lot of furnace time, so definitely make sure you have those down. Snap to the grid. Yeah, I'll just put it right here. Fuck it. There we go. So now I can have, and if you want, you can do a max of 100 ingots at once. You can't do more than that, unfortunately. So do 100 here. I don't use copper ore for much, so I'll just put that there. Cool. I'm still hungry, but I think. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make a copper pickaxe so I can start getting iron while that's going. Okay. So the next machine I can build is the furniture workbench. This will let me build like different style walls and floors and other things. It's really, really good because this style of wood is terrible to build with because it looks so bad. But oh yeah. So the multi-select function, which I'm about to teach you about. So see how on this furniture workbench, how it says valleys? It's an enchantment that was either on a piece of wood or a piece of straw that I picked up somewhere. So when you make items with enchanted materials, there's a chance that the item will have the enchantment on it. So because it's annoying, it won't stack. Like if I build another furniture workbench that doesn't have that enchantment, it won't stack together. So it kind of takes up inventory space. So to get rid of unwanted enchantments, like off of building materials, which won't benefit from physical critical damage, because I'm not swinging a workbench around as a weapon, I can wash it away. So press on Xbox, it's press Y to do multi-select. Now I can select like a bunch of items, like a bunch if I wanted. Or I can just do the one. Click on the furniture workbench. There's different options. I can drop it. I can just erase it from the game, like delete it. I can wash away the enchantment, which is what I want to do. Or there's a fourth option called offering an item. That's for the picture book. What I was talking about earlier, where you gain like small like magic attack or attack experience, like max mana, by offering this furniture workbench to the picture book. I would gain 0.1 max mana. And then if once I delivered at 500, it sounds crazy. Don't get me wrong, it does sound crazy. But like once you've offered a bunch of everything, you're gonna have like a lot of extra stats. So if I go down here to the details button, this shows me all of my stat boosts from the picture book. And now they're all 0 because I haven't offered anything up. But as I start adding things, I'll kind of periodically come back and check this, and you'll see like attack plus 20, defense plus 2 or 3, like magic attack, max life, stuff like that. And over time, it just helps out. So instead of like just deleting an item I don't need, I'd rather offer it to the picture book. So that's like the quick rundown. But for now, I just wanted to wash away that enchantment. So I click yes. And now it's still there, but it's just not a valley furniture workbench. It's just a regular one. Put it right here. Snap it to the grid so it's straight. grab my copper. I could make swords if I wanted, but I don't really need that for right now. I do want an axe though. So now that I have copper axe, I can cut down trees a little bit faster, and then the copper pickaxe I can get iron ore. And this is the furniture workbench, so it adds a bunch of like different style walls, snow walls, ice walls, wood, like different stuff like that. A bunch of cool stuff. Roofing, stuff like that, doorways. My usual building style, I just go for these wood arches for doorways, and then I use, there's a bunch of decorations. I probably don't have it unlocked yet. Okay. Yeah, I haven't unlocked it yet, but I use like this Japanese style like wall that looks really cool, and I use these wood arches as doorways. All right, there we go. Okay, and then going back to, I guess I could put a campfire down. Yeah, I'm gonna take a while to do that quickly. Go to the missions. Dungeon I can skip. Alright, moving to different islands. Use the transport. Unlock an island level 5. That's gonna take a while. Alright, so I could skip this one for now. Detector, explore, find the dungeon, defeat the dungeon, equip the detector. Okay, that one I can skip for now. Farmer. Alright, let's do these ones, because this is going to start getting my wheat going, which is really important, because it's used for an item called bioethanol, which is really, really important for later. And then, yeah, this water one's going to take forever. Okay, 5 fields, craft a well, get a bucket, water the field, harvest the field. Okay, easy peasy. Wheat fields, I need 5. Gotta make... Nah, I don't have enough logs. Okay. So there's a way to stack them. I'll show you like the 2 ways that people end up using wheat fields. Shit, those were not cooked. Oh yeah, I forgot I unequipped this stuff. Oh no, I have the copper stuff, that's right. Oh yeah, so copper, now that it's level 2, I can get iron. Oh shit, what's up? MK, I didn't notice you popped in. What's up, bro? Dude, honestly, like, since yesterday was watching you play, I ended up re-downloading the game and starting over. I was like, screw it, I want to. So thank you, bro. I was actually looking forward to it since yesterday. Alright, what was I doing? Oh yeah, logs. And then as far as hunger goes, I'm trying to get to the point where I can make sandwiches, which are just eggs and bread, but that requires wheat, and then pretty much like I need access to like a lot of eggs. So I need to get some green monos. Oh, there's a lot of stuff I still got to do right now. But for now, I'm just gonna keep popping off on these missions because they give good experience, good skills, all that kind of stuff. Okay, wheat fields. Let's build 8. 3, 4. Now, if I was smart, I would have built 4 on here and 4 on here, and it would have been done right now. But that's okay. I think it's this. Okay, so then area. I guess I'll do it straight ahead, right over here. This here. We need some more floors. Yeah. So anytime I build, I try to kind of keep my areas separated. So like have my smithing stuff here, have my building shit here, market. I'll have a cooking spot like over here, and then this will just quickly become like my wheat field area. Because the way I set up my automation for making wheat and then making wheat flour and then eventually making bioethanol, I make it really compact so that way it doesn't take up too much space. Because a lot of people, what they end up doing, so with the farms, you can't place it like over nothing. You have to have it on at least a floor, or you can build it like over on the ground. What a lot of people do is this. So they think that they have to spread it out like this, like one per tile, when you don't have to do that. So you can stack them on top of each other. Technically, the game doesn't want you to do that, but fuck that. Like it's way more efficient to just stack them. So there's two ways. So you can either do the way I do it, is just like how we did the placement glitch for the stairs. For this stuff right here, you look to the spot next to it and then quickly just look over and place it on top of the other one. So see how there for a second it was available? It's the exact same thing as the placement glitch. So if you're good and time it right, not like me, you can kind of find the line where it goes back and forth and then just ride it and then just try to get the timing right. There. And you'll see it now has 2 plots on there. And you can, on an Xbox, I think the limit is like five or 6 or something like that. But if you're on PC, I think you can stack like over 10 for some reason. I don't know why you guys are different, but for Xbox and PS4 or PS5, just stick to like 3 or 4. Because honestly, past that is just like the efficiency of it, like it won't really matter as much. And the reason you can only go up to like 4 or 5 is because there's this thing on the consoles that limit how many items can be available on the floor at once. And it's like 32 items. So like each wheat field can drop 9 individual wheat. So like if I grow this one wheat field, and then I chop it, it'll drop 9 wheat on the ground, like 9 individual pieces. So if I have 4 of these stacked and I chop it once, it should drop 36 total, but it doesn't. It only will ever drop 32 because the game is being limited by the consoles, like not letting us have more than that. So you only want to stack like 3 or 4, because then if you have 20 or if you have 10 stacked, you're only ever going to get 32 wheat out of the whole stack. So it's just at its most efficient at 4. So I have 3 stacked, and I can't get the 4th one. So once I get this 4th one, I'll show you the other way, which is infinitely easier, but it requires you having conveyor belts. In early game, you don't have them right away. So this is technically in my opinion, the better way. It just takes a little bit of skill. But the only other annoying part is like actually getting it to work. It's a pain in the ass, because like as it flicks over, I'm trying to press the right trigger, the placement button, but it doesn't always go correctly, as you can see. All right, you know what? Can I make conveyors? I don't think I can yet. I cannot. So that's another reason why this is another better way. It does just take a little bit of patience. And skill. Yeah, I got it. Fuck yeah. Okay, so normally I do a 2x2 square of this, so I'd have this stack here, this stack here, this stack here, and a stack here. And I'm now realizing that I did this in the wrong spot. I wanted it here. In these 4 spots right here. Alright, here we go. Sometimes you can get in the right groove and like hit them like 3 or 4 in a row. Or you can just be like me and not. Damn it. Oop. Oh, I grabbed the floor. Flow back up. There we go. So stuff, when they fall in the water, if you notice, it floats down to the bottom and it kind of bobs back up. So don't, like, nothing will break. Like, say I accidentally pulled the floor here. These things will fall into the water, but it's not like they get damaged. You can still get them. So don't worry too bad. Now, if say you have your animals up here, then you pulled the floor, they're gonna fall in the water and die. So that's not fun. So be careful. Anytime, like it'll highlight, say I'm looking at this floor, I know I'm looking, or like it'll give me the retrieve option. So you just want to be careful what you're grabbing. Later on, there's an item called the retriever rod, and it lets you like remotely grab things. So that one's even more dangerous because you can accidentally pull floors out from under things that you don't want to be pulled. I've done that one before. Okay, so put a floor right here and here. Place. So you need a space next to it to be available, so that way you can like make the game think like, oh, you're placing it here, like psych. No, you're putting it over here. And for some reason, it lets you. I don't know why. And it works really well. Like, it's not like these are going to be glitchy or anything. Like, they won't work. They work the exact same. It just, you're multiplying the effects by 4. And I need to hurry up on getting this done because my hunger is getting bad and I don't have anything that's good for food. I need to get meat cooking. Yeah, see how sheep's raw will give me 5 life, but cow's raw gives me 3 life. So it just depends on what the enchantment is. You just gotta read them. Come on. Don't do that to me. Come on. Oh my god. I used to be so good at this. Now I'm not. This used to be like no problem. Alright. I might just do the 1 square for now. Yeah, screw it. I'll come back later. Because there's a way to do it with conveyors and walls. Alright, I need buckets and water. Buckets are bottom. 10's fine for now. Can I make wells yet? No, but I can make a hatter and a brewing station. Cook pot, that's good too. Charcoal, of course. Okay, it also said I needed 5 of these. I need to make the hatter. So the game right now, the mission that I'm working on with the rags and the hatter, it's teaching you how to make your headgear, like head armor and stuff. Because it has its own, like just like the blacksmith has weapons and your body armor, the hatter will have your head armor. And this, you don't have to face it directly at you. Like, it doesn't have to face this way. You can face it pretty much any way you want. So if you have a smaller space like I do, just put it like that. There you go. Still access. So the item it wants me to make on here is this one, the red beret. It needs sheep wool, 3 leather, and 2 iron ingots. So I need to get leather from either the deer or the bears on this island. And then iron, I think I have enough already. There we go. So yeah, in a second I'll kill a bear or something. But I need to get some water, so the bucket needs to be on your hotbar. You gotta equip it, and then go down to water, and you gotta be standing in the water. You can't be swimming in it, fortunately. And then, yeah, see where it says collect water by the water side? You can't like be in a big like lakey kind of thing. You have to be standing still. And then just hold the left trigger, or whatever the button is for it. You have to hold it while it's going, and it collects 1 bucket at a time. Eventually, you can make a well that produces water on its own, and then it collects like up to 10 buckets for you and holds 10 buckets. And then you eventually could just make a sprinkler, and it'll just water constantly. So you don't have to worry about getting any of your own water. All right, 2 more. Oh, that was it. All right. Ooh, poop. There we go. Poop. Sweet. Okay. Oh, into water. The reason why I do a 2x2 is just because when you water from the middle, Like if I watered from the side, it would only hit like 1 or 2 of these. If I like dead center it, like right there, it gets everything. So 1 bucket just makes everything more efficient. And then that just takes time to grow. And as soon as it's fully grown, I just come over here and I don't even need a weapon for it. I just come over and punch and I gather everything. And while that's going, I need some leather. So my 2 options, oh yeah, I need meat. I'm hungry. And you can see like the campfire takes a little bit. So if I wanted more, like more meat faster, just make 2 or 3 campfires and have them all going. But sheep's fried should be good for now. So highlight it, stick it on there, click it, there you go. And as you can see, my stamina will keep going back, like max stamina is now back up to full because I'm over 50% hunger. Nice, got some bird shit. Okay, so if you're going to be fighting something, I don't have any armor or anything yet, so my best bet's probably this copper bow and the arrows, just so I can hit it from a distance. And if it gets close, I can just switch over to the sword, or the stick, whatever. Oop. Or I could try to snipe on these deer right here. There we go, headshot. Let's go. Oh shit, skeletons. Okay, so at nighttime, there's a day and night cycle. It's really hard to see, but let me make it a little easier on you. In the top left of the screen, right where the moon is, I'll move it out of the way now. There's like a little watch, like in the top left of the minimap. In the purple, that's nighttime. The rest of that clock from like 3-ish on the clock face, like from 3 till about 10, is daytime. And then from about 10 or 11 till about 2 or 3, that's nighttime. So that's how you can kind of tell when stuff's coming. Because different things spawn during the day than at night. So like, see this bitch skeleton right here? He only spawns at night, and so there's like 3 categories of monsters. There's ones that will attack you on sight. Like these monos will attack you if you get too near. They're aggressive. The skeleton will just attack you because he's a dick. Or he should be anyways. Yeah, now he's got the little question. Yeah, see? So they'll attack you for no reason other than you're just near them. So those are aggressive spawns. And then you have stuff like the deer. They run away from you. Like, they don't attack. They just are like, oh, what the heck? And they try to get away. And then there's stuff like the cows and sheep. They don't do anything, like, at all until you attack them. So, like, they'll stand here and do nothing, sleep. But if I attack, they'll try to be like, what the heck, man? Like, but they won't run away either. So they're like passive spawns. And there's a way to like stop all those spawns from happening with a specific item that I'll build later. And you got cows. They're good for meat and other stuff. There's foxes. There's all kinds of animals in the game. This is just beginner island, so it seems like there's not a lot, but there's so many animals in the game. Now bears, they're obviously aggressive. They'll attack you for just being in their being in their area, as well as attacking if you attack first. I'm not sure why he's not attacking, but I ain't complaining. So the dinging noise you're hearing is just because I'm hitting a critical shot. For most animals, it is the head that is the critical shot, but some monsters, it's not the head. Like, so like the boss, so this is the dungeon right here. There's different types of dungeons. I leveled up. But at the end of this one, there's a boss. It's called the Ancient Golem. His critical hit spot is like a blue orb in his chest. So as you play the game, you'll kind of notice where the critical shots are at on things. But for most of the part, everything has a critical headshot. Like that. Boop. And the reason like I'm doing that like charge, well, I don't have any arrows anymore, but like I was letting my bow charge so you do more damage. So like any other game, you can use your combat skills. You can just switch over to your, I didn't even hit him. Magic skills. There you go. In the beginning, you won't want to use your magic too much because you don't have really good access to mana restoring abilities or like any good food or any potions really, except for healing. So you want to stick with basic combat until you get to a point where you can buy like some really decent food from a merchant. But that shouldn't be too long because I'll be able to get that pretty soon. That might be next stream. But for now, so the dungeon I'm on, I can't open my map and show you. It's called the Dungeon of Island. It's like the basic dungeon. There'll be 2 rooms of basic enemies. So like the goblins and then this orc guy who's being a dick. And then there's the main boss. And then there's dungeons that are like mini game dungeons. They won't involve fighting, but you can do like there's different ones. You can do there's like obstacle courses. There's one where you have to like hit a big like ball into a slot. Oh, it's cool. Like there's so many different ones that you can play. But they're really fun. Like they seem basic, but once you get into it, like and realize how much there is to the game, this game's awesome. This guy's really strong for my level right now, so it's taking a second. There's also in the combat tree for skills, there's a lot of attack buff skills. If you're planning on being like a sword user, you're gonna want to go the buff route. Because like hitting 30s is nothing. So what I mean is like going under skills, go to combat. The first row doesn't have any buff skills, but the second has a couple. So like battle him, when you activate it, it gives you bonus 30% attack on the first level of the skill gives you 30 bonus attack. On the highest skill, it's like level 6, it gives you 130% bonus attack. So that's just one of the buff skills. And then you can also do it in tandem with the Berserk skill. So at highest level, it will give you plus 35% bonus attack. And this stacks. So like the way the game calculates your damage, like it'll take in effect your battle him, and then it'll do plus 35% on top of like what your skill is then. So it like compounds like how your attack is buffed. And then on top of that, once you activate your backwater formation at full level, will give you another 200% attack bonus. So like when you're making builds, you want to make sure you're checking which skills are boosting your attack or your magic attack, because those are honestly more important than like just having a strong weapon, you know, overall. So as I'm making my character, because I want to do magic for this one, under the magic tree, there should be a couple that just straight out, like this one lets me get my mana consumption is lowered, so like as I cast spells, I won't use as much mana, which is really good. Mana siphon. This one, I use more mana, but I do way more damage. And this is for all types of damage. It doesn't even say magic damage. It costs. Oh shoot. There we go. So my mana consumption goes up per level, but my bonus damage for everything that I'm doing goes up as well. So I can have a max of plus 200 overall damage. So this is a good spell to have even if you're a sword user, because it's still buffing your sword attack as well. But you just have to dump like 10 points into magic just to get to this skill. So it may not always be the best idea, but if you have extra skill points, go for it. Life siphon, I basically at the cost of a little bit of life, my magic attack goes up by a lot per skill, or like per attack I throw. Yeah, there's not as many magic attack buffs because magic is already really strong. But yeah, there's a few in there. Yeah, always read through. And then there's other ways to like boost your attack as well. Like this one's really cool. So the stealth skill, you can make yourself go invisible. And then there's another skill called the EI slash under combat. Oh shit, I'm getting attacked. Where if you get behind an enemy and hit him from behind, you do like even more damage already. So you can like pop the invisibility, run up behind an enemy, and then do that special skill and just absolutely wreck monsters. It's awesome. Okay, so I'm almost dead. So I just got to look for things that will give me some health. So, okay, so I must have picked up the sauteed mushroom somewhere. Right underneath where it says cooked food, it has like a little heart and then a 30. It'll give me 30 health and 40 mana and 20 hunger, and will raise my max stamina plus 10. So there's some foods in this game that are super, super good. And you can tell that even better food is going to be great because this is only a level 2 food, and the max level foods is like level 14. So if you're already getting that much stuff from a basic common food, there's, you know, that like there's going to be some stuff that's amazing. Okay, restore life. Milk, why not? Oh, and then red herbs give you a little bit of health as well before you even make them into potions. So I'm gonna go ahead and eat some of these. I think I grabbed these. Alright, that should be fine. I'm honestly just gonna use magic against this guy because he's easy. It's pretty low level. Okay, so two tips before you go enter the boss arena. So this is a little teleport thing. As soon as you touch it, you go inside. If you turn your camera a little bit, you can sometimes see what type of boss is in the next room. Although I can't see him, I know he is the ancient golem because it's always going to be the first boss you fight. But that's a tip to where you can, like, if you look in, there's like 10 or 11 or 12 or something like that bosses that you can face. They all have different strategies to use. So if you go up against a boss that has like poison immunity, you don't want to go and equip with your poison arrows. So you always want to kind of take a second to see like, okay, I'm about to fight this boss, and then go into your equipment and you can change up your style real quick, or like pop a couple potions that'll help you in your fight. But this one, it's really easy. Yeah, it's ancient golem. He has this laser beam from his chest he can shoot. Just get behind a pillar. But basically, I'm just going to use my magic on his chest orb. And that did crap. Yeah, the runic barrage is not a very strong weapon, or not really that great for a magic spell. You want to do something that does like area damage, or like this one, damage over time. Like it costs a decent amount of damage, but like see how much more damage that does? See? Like he's about to be dead. And then if I was, hopefully he comes out and he doesn't die right away. There we go. So I can show you the this kind of combat. Okay, so if I was a sword user, see that blue orb on his chest? You could jump right here and just swing at it and kill it. Cool. Okay, so the reason you want to fight bosses and go dungeon hunting is because they drop materials that have better enchantments than you would find like in the regular world. So earlier I was getting iron that didn't have any enchantments on it from the ground, like how I was getting the ore and smelting it. The iron that just dropped from the ancient golem has 2 enchantments on it. It has the ancient enchantment and then the veteran enchantment. They're 2 separate ones. The ancient, and the way you can tell is because if you look down below the description, it has 2 lines. The top one has the magic attack plus 10, magic attack plus 5%, and then max mana plus 40. That's the ancient enchantment. So the first word lines up with the first row, so that the second word, veteran, lines up with the attack plus 15, and then the max life plus 30. So that's how you kind of tell like what enchantments do what. So it's good because if I made, the game wants me to go make a sword out of this iron ore that I got from this boss. So the sword will be, it'll be a one-handed iron sword, but will have ancient and veteran as the enchantments on the sword. So when I'm holding that sword, those effects are going to take place. So I'm going to have boosted magic attack, boosted attack, and boosted max mana, and boosted life. So that's how you build a character. Like you find materials from bosses and other monsters, and you make better weapons and armor, so that way you have better enchantments. And that's basically it. That's the whole game. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other stuff involved, but like that's like, if you had to describe this game to somebody, that's what I would say. It's like it's a loot, you know, grinding for loot and survival. And you just gotta make better stuff. And of course have fun. Okay, so once you kill a boss, this back room will open up. And this big thing, you can just press X and you get that thing called Slate of Growth that I was talking about earlier. Where you can give it to Anubis and he'll give you stats. Okay, so I always just open up a bunch. So a branch sword, I got some iron, I got a sword, got some leather. A damaged fossil. So earlier I was talking about some NPCs that are on a different island. The fossil is one of the items they'll ask for, and I'll get to that later. So copper, red herb, and some more copper. Okay, not bad. So here's another trick. If I wanted to fight a boss again, they respawn when you leave the dungeon. So see that little teleporter thing in the distance right here? If I left, I would get put right back to where I was, where I entered the dungeon in the beginning. I could just re-enter and the boss would be reloaded, but that takes a little bit longer than if I come and stand here, like travel to this point and turn around. If I go all the way back to the golem, he'll be back in that room. He'll have respawned already. See how he's back there? So if you wanted to fight a boss over and over and over and over, you could do it that way. Which is really good, because if you're going to want to have to, you need to farm bosses for their materials sometimes, because making some of the weapons and getting the enchantments that you want on them is really hard to do because of the RNG of it. So sometimes you need more materials. So I forgot to do it, but at the beginning and the end of regular dungeon islands, they have these walls that you can pickaxe, and there's rare chests behind them. So I'll go grab the other one. And they usually drop some pretty good weapons in the beginning of the game. So it brings me back to the beginning of the dungeon, and those are dungeons. So anytime you come into a dungeon of island, turn around, there's a wall here, and then also at the end there's the same wall. There we go. There we go. So this item, the damaged fossil, is see where it says in the description, a fossil of something from ancient ages in poor condition. There seem to be no other ways to use it except for delivering it, ... It's just kind of giving you a small hint, like, hey, somebody might want this, like, don't sell it. It's for the NPCs, because like the researcher guy, or there's different NPC types, but there's like a warrior, a fisher, a researcher, a scientist. The scientist asks for the fossil, and the researcher asks for this item, the research sample. And there's different types of these items as well. These are just like the basic ones. But this says it too. There seem to be no other ways to use it except for delivering it. So any item that has that as the description is a deliverable item to the NPCs. So just keep these like chucked into a box somewhere that you can build at your base. But for now, that was the dungeon. I think I have enough leather for what I was trying to make. Let's kill this bear, because why not? Get runic barraged. It does okay damage, but it's so inaccurate. Like, that's easy. Like, I'm just slapping that down. Okay. Didn't get any leather. That's awesome. I have 8. I forget what I was trying to make out of. Oh, yeah, the hat. Okay, so details. Scroll down. Red beret. Takes 3. Oh, yeah, I have enough. Okay. Game has such a great atmosphere. Oh, I have another skill. Magic. Every consequent spell cast will increase the damage until I receive damage. That's a good one too. Excuse me, for magic builds. I'll get that in a little bit. I like to max these out as I go, because then they're just like super strong. Nice, nice. Give me the poop. I'm gonna get these eggs because I need them. And they'll be the easiest way to get eggs in the beginning is by killing those guys and then traveling back to another island, and then they'll just respawn right away. And then once I don't need eggs, they're gone. Okay. So, grab this meat. That sounded weird. Okay, so the way to harvest, you don't want to hit them all at the same time. So you want to hit, and then go and collect. Hit, collect. Because the reason being, like, once these are all stacked 4 high, once I punch this once, they'll literally be like 30 or 32. See how it says 32? If I came to the middle and hit all 4 stacks at the same time, they would all like cancel each other out, and there would still only be 32 total on the ground, even though all got harvested. So you want to go around and do 1 stack at a time so you don't waste any. Because I've seen people like, they'll go and just like punch the very middle, like how I did with the water, and it'll still only have 32. So it's like kind of wasting your wheat. I think I need some cooking pots now to make wheat flour. And of course I need charcoal, which I forgot to make. Damn it. Okay, so you can either put some on the campfire, like take logs. How do I do half? Take half is left trigger A. So if I wanted to do 14 or 15, just do that. That's enough for, take 6 charcoal, so it's 2, I need a little bit more. Okay. Or the even faster way, because that literally takes so long, it's like 3 minutes per charcoal. Go to crafts. There is a 2-handed torch. Don't use the 1-handed torch because it's too small. This one, you'll set yourself on fire as well when you hit the tree. So use the 2-handed torch. It has more reach. And the reason I know that is because I did it. I literally set myself on fire so many times until I saw that there's a 2-handed one. It just has longer reach when you hit. And you can, and yes, you can. The reason I said don't build your base over here is because if you accidentally set things on fire, they start running around. Or well, maybe that one didn't. But they usually start running around and they'll set your base on fire and destroy everything. So that's why I don't build near stuff. So yeah, set myself on fire. But see how the tree's just spitting out charcoal? This is way faster than doing it in the furnace or by the campfire. And if you're lucky, that fire will like spread to the other trees and you'll just have to hit one tree and step back. Sometimes you don't. Jesus. And the reason fire sucks is because it kills you really fast. But I think this should be okay. I'm really trying to keep my distance. There we go. Yeah, easy charcoal. Oh, you dicks. Hey, these guys just like to hit you. There we go. But yeah, that's early game charcoal for you. Which is another reason why I don't try to chop down all the trees on the first island, because sometimes you end up needing either more logs for something or like charcoal or something different. And if you deplete all the all the trees on this island, you're kind of stuck. And I just remembered something that I'm mad at myself for, because there's a way to automate cutting stuff without destroying it, and I didn't remember that before I cut down the one freaking iron node. Damn. Oh well. What was I doing? Watering. Yeah, just aim in the middle. It gets all of them. Charcoal, so I can make cooking pots. That's what it was. Just make 3 right off the rip, because I'm gonna eventually use them for stuff. For now. Okay, and the reason I'm putting them over here as well is because you need cooking pots to turn the wheat that I'm cutting here into wheat flour, which is then used to make other stuff. So wheat flour. So it takes 2 wheat to make 1 wheat flour. And if you want, you can just press right trigger, or press Y, it'll cook it. It'll put the max. So you don't have to press individually like to get up to max. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for a second. I gotta reply to somebody while that's cooking. Okay. All right. So once you have wheat flour, you can use it for a few different things. So if you go to your inventory, it is in here. And once again, you can hit your details button by pressing, look in the bottom right, it'll tell you the button. So this is made obviously in the cooking pot, and it's used to make all these things on the right, or at least partly. So it's all mostly foods. All these foods except the very last item, probably the most important one. It's called bioethanol. We haven't unlocked it yet, but it's something that we'll need to eventually unlock a whole bunch of other islands that are in here. Because as you increase the level of island, the resources that you need to unlock them becomes like more. And bioethanol is one of the major components for unlocking islands. So eventually I'm going to have a setup probably right here of having that automated to where I can have something automatically watering, automatically cutting this stuff, automatically gather it, and then turn it into wheat flour, and then automatically turn it into the bioethanol, and then it'll just be sitting in a chest that I can go grab. But that's like another thing about the game is like you want to set up automatic, like, I don't know a good way to describe it, but like machines and stuff working together, so that way instead of you having to handcraft and hand gather everything, you can just have your base working for you and like have an area set up just for making something that you need or use a lot of. But you'll see as we go like how I do all those. But for now, I'm just gonna make some bread. Make some bread? Yeah, I'm gonna make some bread. Because I can take the cooked bread and have eggs in my inventory. Like, watch. And come to the cooking pot again. Ah, that's right, I haven't unlocked it yet. Okay, so then once I unlock sandwiches, you can take eggs and bread and make sandwiches. But I haven't unlocked it yet, so let's see what I need to unlock. 300 more gold and a detector. So let me sell something really quick. I can get rid of this. Okay, so this is cooking oil. It's only used for making specific foods like steak, mushrooms, and stuff like that. I don't really cook my own food except for the very beginning, so I don't worry about it. Let's not sell food. I don't need these things yet, so I can just sell these. And they're not even the good ones, so that's fine. Okay. Let's take this charcoal. So I needed the detector. Okay. I was waiting for that. So see where that big banner at the top of the thing just said a supply pod has fallen? I don't care what you're doing. In the very beginning, anytime you see that, you stop and just go find it. So the easiest way is just get up high and like look around. So supply pods, they just have resources and materials that are super important for late game stuff. So you need to go get it. They drop every like 3 or 4 hours in game. You can only, what am I trying to say? You can only have 3 of them on one island. Like say I didn't go get this one and I let 2 more drop, more will not drop. Like it'll only max out at 3 at once. So you need to keep collecting them for you to keep getting the resources. Okay, so I can't see it. It's probably on the other side. And it's really easy to spot once. Oh, I see it. It's on fire, so it's pretty easy. Like once you know what you're looking for, it's that. And it can land literally anywhere on the map that you're on. So it could have landed like way out there in the water because of the way the map is set up. Like all this is just ocean over here. So if it lands all the way over here, like you'd still be able to see it if your render distance is high enough. But it's hard to see if you don't know what you're looking for. So then once you get over here, you just start breaking everything open. All these individual things, and then I have no more space. So I need to get rid of some stuff. Okay, so in the beginning of the game, don't worry about hoarding every single item. So on the beginner island, you're going to always end up with a whole bunch of these things, like so horns, fangs probably from killing goblins, bones, talons, and leather, probably like straw and stuff. The stuff that you can quite easily get, don't worry too much about getting rid of it for space for stuff that's really important, like these batteries and stuff like that, and the aluminum ingots. You're going to want to hold on to those. So either you can go back to base, drop off a bunch of stuff in a chest, or you can do like what I'm about to do, press multi-select. I'll do it again. So you press Y, pulls up a new menu. You can take this, this, this. I'm gonna need bones, so I'm gonna keep those. This. Feathers, don't care about right now. Actually, yes I do. I need those. Sheep's wool, I don't care. Yeah, it should be good. Alright, that'll give me 5 extra spots. So instead of dropping this stuff or selling it, which I really need, I can offer an item to the picture book. It says, yes, you want to offer those 8 items? Yes, I do. Boom, they're gone. I have this extra space. And now if I go over here to the picture book, go over to materials, the things that are not grayed out have items offered. So I gained 10 experience for offering the fang. I gained 10 experience for that. 10 experience for that. Straw. 10 experience. So like some stuff, it doesn't seem like much, but overall it's not bad. So like it gave me like, 50 experience, which is like 10 deer. So it's not bad in the beginning of the game. So it's a good idea to offer stuff in the beginning because it gives you experience points. Late game, that won't do much because, or anything at all, because once you get max level, you don't get any more experience. Anyways, okay. I think that's enough to keep going on the other stuff. Okay, yeah, so that was the supply pod. Anytime you get that stuff, I just chuck it in its own separate chest. So actually, I don't even have any made yet. Space wasn't a big deal until now. Okay, there's multiple levels of chests. The basic one is really small. It only holds like 8 things or something like that. So you just build like a bunch. And then later on you can get better chests as you go. But for now, these have to do. Put one here. There we go. Okay, so this will just be like my specialty chest with batteries. Of course, that was a mission putting something in a chest. Okay, these. And this. Oh yeah, something else I haven't gotten around to. So as part of like the operation, like the button operation list, if you look in the bottom left where it says operation list, this will tell you how you do like take 1, drop half, like blah, 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 blah. It's also a really important button when you're in menus. It's the 3rd one down from the top. It's the sort button. You click it in on the left analog. When you're in your inventory or in a chest and everything is all jumbled up, press the sort button. It'll just automatically put things next to each other where they should be. Like they put the seeds there, they put the swords together, they put the pickaxes together, stuff like that. So it sorts things pretty much by like category. So like here it's got the wheat, then the wheat flour, it's got flesh together, it's got all the poop together, food, all that stuff. So this stuff, materials. I highly suggest getting used to how the game sorts items, because that is faster than me sitting here and going, okay, I want this here, I want this here, I want this here, I want this over here. Like, it's just better to have the game sort things, because it's just faster and like easier to do than having your own like style or whatever. So I would just suggest getting used to how the game does stuff, just because it's easier. What else can I store? Okay. Should probably start going through weapons and stuff too. Okay, once again, come over here, punch. And don't worry, I know like by hitting these crop plots does damage, but there's an item that you can make pretty early called the repair hammer, where if you hit it with that, you're good. It'll bring the health back to this stuff. Okay, I need a detector. This thing. So this thing is really cool. So it's used for a few different things. I call it the GPS because I can never actually remember that it's called a detector. So the GPS is useful because it's useful and annoying. So it's useful because it helps you find dungeons and other things. It'll start making a noise when you're nearby certain items or certain things. So hear that bullcrap noise, that fleet. That's like a sound indicator that you're getting close to something. And it says there seems to be a treasure in this area, and I actually know right where it is. See how it's getting louder? It's just letting you know that something's nearby. So it does it for chests, There's another one. I think it's over this way. Yeah, it's down here. It does chests. It helps you find dungeons as well. Like if you can't really find them, put your detector on. And then way later in the game, there's 2 types of fishing in this game as well. So this is the normal fishing. You just need a fishing rod. You can catch 3 fish. It goes away for like 20 minutes and then it respawns. You can use fish for food, and then for certain building items, it requires fish scales for something cool looking. And then the other style of fishing, it's like deep water fishing, and that's what you use this GPS thing to help find those schools of fish. And those are the 3 things that you use the GPS for. And other than that, it's just hella annoying, because like honestly, it's not really that hard to find those things anyways. Because if you look on your minimap, the dungeons are highlighted. Like once you get in the area of it, it shows up on the minimap. So it's not even that hard. The fish spots are pretty easy to find in the water as well. The only thing it's really that useful for is the chests. Sometimes those are kind of hard to find, but after you've played the game enough, you kind of know where they're at. Plus that GPS is really freaking annoying. So there we go. I never use it. So this is the other dungeon. See how it says Escaping Trial Beginner? It's like a mini game, so it basically leads you to an area that you have to get out of. And it's a beginner type, so it's supposed to be really easy, but a lot of people struggle with this one because it doesn't explain very well like what you're supposed to do, but you basically just climb up. And once again, check that hidden wall for stuff. All right, got a decent bow and a machete. So to open the doors, you got to always talk to this chick right here. Click talk like 30 times. For some reason, the game doesn't do very well with this door mechanic and her, to where you gotta like do it a bunch for it to open. Don't know why, but that's how it is. So a lot of people, they get in this dungeon and they're just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't get what you're supposed to get up there. See where that doorway is? Like right up there, you got to get up there. So like any survival game, or really any game, there's always multiple ways to do something. So you can either do this, where you just build like slanted floors and just build like a staircase all the way up, and then like do one going up and then go all the way around. Or if you don't really want to waste too many materials, doing floors all the way up, you can do the campfire trick. Or you can be an idiot and not have any resources on you and not do this dungeon correctly. You know what? I have floors. Alright, so there's 3 ways to do this. You can also do this. Climb the wall, and then when you're low on stamina, hang on and just place a floor and then rest. And then just keep going. That is arguably the fastest way I've done that. Holy cow. Yeah, so once again, this game lets you pretty much do whatever you want, however you want. You can build in dungeons, all that stuff. Cool, and we're out of there. And then once you clear a dungeon, like always, you get a free Slate of Growth. And then you get 5 chests. As you like to spam all of them before, and so I can kind of see, I know what all the items are. So if I know if I'm looking for something specific, I'm gonna get everything, but like this is a bow, this is some food and walls, sword and food. I got some potions, all that and that. Nothing crazy, because we're on a level 0 island, so the rewards for these chests are kind of trash. I mean, at very early game, they're obviously good because they're better than wood stuff, but in the grand scheme of things, the rewards for these dungeons are not that great. But doesn't mean you can't get it. Yeah, like see how this sword says Gladius? You can get close, Gladius 1, like a number 1. There's 3 or 4 versions of a sword. So like these ones will have a much stronger form. So it's like these ones are pretty low, they're a very low tier, but they're better than the weapons I'm using now anyway. So it's like I might have, in the beginning, just go with whatever is the strongest. So if you're a sword user, go for the highest attack sword. So like this one's 160. Oh, I can't hold it, it's a 2-handed sword. So this one's 110, it's weaker. This one's 140, it's weaker. But you also want to kind of pay attention to the enchantments it has on it, because some are bad. So see on this one how it says half dead? That's that first one. It's not good. So you, by holding this sword, I would have 5% less health, and then don't worry about the consumable part, because that only affects if it was on a piece of food. So that's why it says applied only to consumables. So if it's on a sword, that it's negligible. You don't have to worry about that negative part. But the sword's also kind of crappy because I'm trying to be a magic user, and this is minus magic 10 and minus 5 mana, so I would never want to use this sword. And then you just got to read through all this stuff and then kind of compare it. But for now, since I can only single wield, this is the best sword I can do. Plus it gives me max mana, it's not bad. Same for this, but it's weaker. So yeah, that's how you kind of figure out what weapons you should be holding. And don't get it too attached to these lower level weapons. See how these two swords are only a level 3 common sword? The best swords are the best weapons are level 14. So I wouldn't worry too bad about like making sure like, oh my god, this one's like 5% stronger than this one. You gotta hold on to it, like you're gonna eventually replace these so fast. So for now I can just kind of bit, get rid of all these. Keep the silver one. Cutlass is gone, that's gone. These wooden sticks are just completely trash now. Get rid of all this. Torch, shields, keep the shields. I have a silver bow, which is better. See where it says attack is 50? It's the red one. This is only 30, so this is a weaker bow than this one, so I want to keep the silver. And I can get rid of both these swords, they're kind of weak. And then instead of selling them, or just dropping them or deleting them, I want to offer them to the book. Now early game you may want to sell some stuff for a little extra gold, but these things are really not great for money. I mean some are, but they're not awesome. I know how to make money really easily in like a little time, so I don't have to worry about it too bad. So I always end up just offering everything up and freeing up space, and then once you have a bunch of gaps, press the sort button, all set. And the same thing for materials. You always end up running out of space for materials, but I'm just gonna have to drop some of this stuff at base here in a little bit. So there you go, and that's how you make room. And if you go to the map, see how this one is blue like that? You can't see it because of the check mark anymore, but the dungeon is blue. That means it's a mini game and not a fighting dungeon. If it was yellow like this one, that means that's a fight. That's how you differentiate. Oh yeah, this is titanium. So I can't get this yet because I don't have a steel pickaxe. But see how it says I need a level 5-star weapon or pickaxe to get that? I need steel. But that's a little bit of ways away. That's all good. Oh, there's a chest right here. But yeah, this beginner island's pretty small. There's not too much to it, but there's still a decent amount of things on here. Oh, okay, so see the glider I just picked up has an enchantment on it. So the one I'm holding doesn't, so it doesn't give me any extra like skill point, or it doesn't give me any extra boosts. But if I check that one I just picked up, see where it says glimpsing? So if I put this glider on, I will have -5 defense, which is actually kind of a lot in the beginning, because your total defense is really low in the beginning, so -5 is a lot. But I gain magic attack and magic critical chance. So it would just help me a little bit. So by equipping this, my magic will go from 106 magic attack to 116. See? But my defense goes from 12 to 7. So it's a little bit of a trade-off. So if you get hit a lot, I wouldn't be wearing this one. But because I'm pretty decent at dodging, and I'm going to be using a lot of magic, I'll go with this for now. Until I get something better. But if I do notice that I'm losing a lot more health, like I'm just getting stomped, I'll just switch back over. That's all part about the game, is like trial and error and learning, figuring things out. And this is a regular fishing spot too. But yeah, not a huge island, but plenty of stuff to do. I don't remember exactly what I was doing before. Dungeons, that's right. Chef, I did that. Oh yeah, that was the storage mission. Farming, I need to make a well. I need to advance the age, that's what it was. Oh, that's right, because I made a GPS thing, the detector, and then I was like, alright, let me go show you how it's used. And then that's how I got stuck doing the... That's right. Yeah, this game you end up doing, like, you're trying to do one thing, and then you end up getting sucked into something else, and you forget what you're doing in the first place. So I think... There we go. Let's go. Alright, so I just unlocked a whole bunch of new stuff I can use, so I want to make sure... I mean, I know what everything is, but basically, you come over to the workbench, you unlock a couple more levels of, like, items. So now I can go iron, silver, steel, titanium. So titanium right now is the highest level of ore that I can get and use. So titanium is what I'll be shooting for. And then for anybody who's a fan of Pokemon games, you'll be really excited. So I just unlocked the monster prisms. They function exactly like Pokeballs. So I can literally catch any monster I want now. I just have to lower their health a little bit and throw one of these at them, and I'll catch them. And then they'll be my I can use them for different things, like machines and for fighting. But the fighting part will come later because I need a machine that would turn them into a pet and not just keep them as a monster. But a little complicated, but it's all in due time. Excuse me. Okay. Machine factory. I can build vehicles, which is good because I want to build a helicopter soon so I can travel areas faster. Because it's faster than just running or walking. But of course I need wood, so once again I'm off to get some wood. Open this. Alright, and you know what? I might want to actually make a fishing pole because I'm going to need some fish fillets so I can advance to the next stage after the one I'm on. So I need these. I need these fishies. So to do it, oh, it actually doesn't even give you directions, but so on Xbox it's left trigger, PS2 or PS4 it'll probably be L2. But you cast and then it's left trigger again to pull. As soon as that bobber goes down, just yank it back out. So left trigger, and it's usually fish, but sometimes you get stuff like seaweed or fucking lobsters. But most of the time it's just regular fish. And once the 3 items come out, the fishing spot disappears and then it respawns after a while. Or you can just fast travel to another island, come back, and it'll be there. Okay, there's another one right here. You need about 3 or 4 fish to get the 10 that you need. Yo. Nice. And I don't know why it yanks it so hard behind you, but whatever. It'll always be behind you. Good old trees. Easy. Alright. That should be a good amount after this tree. And you know what? While I'm thinking about it, I might as well go up to Anubis now. Actually, no, I might as well wait until I have 4 slates. So, per stat increase that Anubis gives you, you need to have 4 of these things. So I might as well wait until I have 2 more. But that should be good for now. Unlocks. Do have skills though. Sweet. 1 more level, this one will be at max. And I'll need to spend 1 more point in either category to unlock this next one. Okay. Wheat flour. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I just unlocked sandwiches. So these are all like a bunch of different foods you can make. Some are easy, some are hard to make like right off the bat. Like, cause some of the like this one right here. So this one requires potatoes and stones. Like stone, I don't know why you need stones to cook, but stone is easy to get, but you have to grow potatoes. Like you have to get your way up to potatoes because there's like different levels of crops. So like potatoes, a level 1 crop. It's probably something you can grow pretty quick. Like early in the game, but then as you play, like this one is corn, it is a level 3 crop, so it's harder to find. So this is also why I don't really mess with cooking either, because like the amount of effort it takes to find and get some of this stuff is not worth it for how crappy the food that you make out of it is. I usually just wait until I can buy the food from merchants. It's in stacks of 100, so it's just easier that way. But in the very beginning, I always end up making. Oh, are you telling me it's not unlocked yet? Damn, okay. Man, it doesn't even show me anymore. Alright, it's probably in the next one. To make sandwiches is not too hard. But for now, I can just eat the bread. Eat the bread I'm making. This stuff. It's not bad. Till I can start making Sammys. Alright, that's good. Go to the food. Now, if I wanted to get fancy, I can come over here to the campfire. Wait. Oh, dang, I missed the... Damn it. Alright, I'll do it the next round. But you can cook the wheat flour in the campfire to make it fried wheat flour, and then make fried bread. So it has, like... it gives you more health and stuff. So I need steel. Already got that. Cogs, conveyors, and fish. Okay. So to get the fish scales, there's a machine that you can place. It like cuts up the fish. It's right here. Make 3 wells. So fish fillets. What's the order? Put that right here. So it takes the fish that you catch and it turns it into different items. It'll tell you before you change or what you can get out of it. So this will give me fish fillets, which is what I want. Some items give you like luxury fillets. Ooh, did not mean to press that. Some will give you different types of fillets, but these are the ones that I'm looking for, is just regular fillet of fish. Dang, Michael, how many fillet of fishes do you eat? That's over a month period. Still. Okay, 3, 6, I think I need 10. If you end up getting a fish with, see how that shrimp has raw legendary? Don't get rid of the shrimp. Because don't even use it with anything yet, because when you get the fish fillets from it, you can take the fish fillets and see these amulets right here. You can transfer that legendary enchantment. You can make fish fillets that have the legendary enchantment on it, and then you have a small chance of creating, well, any of these really, trick gliders, these amulets, anything that's an equipment. you have a small chance to get that enchantment from the fish fillet onto the equipment. So you could potentially have an amulet that has legendary effect on it. So anytime you eat something, you'll get 250 life, 250 mana, and then 250 hunger as well. Like, it is so worth it. So like that's how like some of those enchantments work. It's like it doesn't explain it very well in the game, but it's just something you figure out eventually. Okay, take that. All right, I think I have enough fish fillets. Yeah, exactly 10. Let's go. Conveyors and cogs. So to make cog wheels, you need iron ingots, which I have a couple. So you gotta come to the workbench, come over here. I think I said 10. I'll do 15 because we're gonna need a million of those eventually. And then conveyor belts. Okay. Oh, and then I got some chests unlocked, so I can start making steel chests as well, which is really nice. Cool. So some items, when you click to craft it, you gotta check to see how many it's gonna make. So see right where next to the picture of it, where it says conveyor belt, and then right in the picture it has a little X10. So anytime I click craft, it'll create 10 of them. So if I want to make 100, I'd have to do, see where it's counting up now, I'm making 100. But it will only use 10 ingots because one ingot creates 10 conveyor belts. So a lot of people think, like, because I have to offer 30 to advance the age, a lot of people accidentally hit 30, like they'll hit a bunch, like they'll click 30 times and they'll create 300 conveyor, you know what I mean? Like they won't realize that it creates 10 per thing. So you only have to create 3 to make the 30. Because it does it in like stacks of 10. So some items function like that, some don't. You just gotta read. Awesome. Now I just need money. So you remember when I said I should offer up to the picture book and not sell? I probably should have sold. Because that was really stupid. Alright. Yes. Yes. Yes, because that's easy to get. Gladius. Yeah, 2,500. Crap. Maybe we can sell some of the food. Yeah, selling price. 900. There we go. 3,000. So I don't need these refining stones. That's really more like a late game, and honestly, mid grade and low grade stuff are pretty much worthless because you don't want to refine they're for making weapons stronger, but you don't want to refine lower level weapons. It's kind of a waste, like honestly. You want to save your stuff for refining like level 12 and level 14 legendary weapons, because that's when you're going to get the most bang for your buck, basically. But those legendary weapons can't use mid-grade refining stones, so honestly, at a certain point, these just become worthless. So I'm just going to sell it. Anything else? No. Oh, damn, these sell for 5,000. That's crazy. Don't sell the slated gross. Not worth it. Screw it. Sold that. Alright, so once I have enough money, I can advance the age, then I can start working on some other stuff. Nope. Buckets of water. Yeah, you want to grow a lot of wheat. Like as much as you can really as you can. I'll see why later. I really should start trying to stack these now. Because I can make a conveyor belt. I actually can do it easy. Alright, you're about to learn the second way how to stack wheat fields. It's actually a little easier, like easier for newer people. It's just kind of a weird concept. Pick that one up because I want it facing this way. Oh yeah, I should probably build more too. Okay, so 4, so I need 3, 6, 9. Well, 8 because I have 1. Damn it. Come on, man. Nice. All right, made a bunch of money. Your money's always listed in the bottom left right next to the hotbar, so if you need to know. Damn, that was so easy to do on that one. Ah, there we go. All right, starting to get better with it. It's been a while since I played this game, so I've lost a little bit of skills. Come on. This is a little easier with the retriever rod too. It's gonna make me mad. Thought that one did. Oh, it tricked me. There we go. Jeez, it took me forever. Okay. Come on. Okay, yeah. All right. If that's not working, do this. Take a conveyor belt. See how it's the direction the arrow is, the way that things will move on the conveyor belt. I know it seems obvious, but some people don't know that. So, since the arrow is facing forward, it is going that way. Now, you can kind of manipulate things. So I need the arrow facing that way. So it'll, when I place this on it, it'll move the wheat plot on top. But there is a drawback. It doesn't center it. Like, it'll be off by like half a step. So it won't be directly. See how it's like 1/2 step like over? You don't want that. Oh, of course, it took that one. Okay, so to prevent that, super easy solution. Just place one of those. So that way when it hits that, it centers it directly and it drops straight down. Did they patch it? Oh, tell me they patched it. Maybe I have to do a wall and not a slant. Yeah, I think I have to do a wall and not a slant. Okay. Alright. Trial and error. Let's go. Put that here. Take a wall. One spot over. Okay, I guess wow, they passed it. Alright, I guess it's back to the method I was using. I'm just being frustrated. It sucks. Okay, I mean, you could still do it this way with the conveyor belts. It just won't be centered. It won't be directly squared up. But that's not a good thing, because later on when I set up the automations I'm doing, you want things to be lined up correctly. So you're just going to have to try to do this way. And I immediately get it, and it was funny. This won't take too long. I just have to do this one more, do the other stack, and then I'll pretty much just stop doing this. There we go. 3 more and I'm done. The only bad part is I'm gonna have to do this again when I relocate bases, but it's fine. There'll be another stream. Oh, don't be a dick. Come on. Oh, no, you picked up the wrong one. Yeah, that's another annoying thing is when you accidentally pick up the wrong item. Dude, that floor is gonna piss me off. Also, if you're kind of, the center of your screen's not correct, you can press the right analog, it'll center. Like, you'll notice it, like, every once in a while, like, your screen will be wonky. Just click the right analog and it'll center it for you. Whew. Okay, come on. There we go. Let's not do the same mistake. Alright, one more, come on. Yes, thank you. Fuck yeah. Alright. Cool, so now that each one of these has 4 on it, this is basically, each stack is producing 32, so it's about 120 for these 4 squares. Versus, to get 120 wheat, I would have to have a field bigger than 9 by 10, so like 9 plots this way, plus 10 plots that way, to produce the same as 4 stacked square plots. So that's why whenever I play with somebody, I tell them, like, even if it's frustrating to stack them, it is beyond worth it, because I would have to have a gigantic field that would take so much longer to A, water, and then B, cut everything down, than me just doing this. It is so worth it to stack your plots. Plus, everything stays really compact. And the other bad added bonus, you only need 1 bucket of water to water a 2x2 square. I think I missed 2 on that one, but it is so much easier than doing a big ass field. And then eventually I can just place a sprinkler like right here, and it'll just automatically water everything for me, so I won't have to do anything. So now that those are growing, there's a machine that I'm gonna have to build next called a rotating saw. That's how I cut down my crops. I'm pretty sure I have it unlocked. Yeah, it's right here. But it requires some items that I don't have yet. So batteries, you need this machine right here, the generator, to make. You can just run on it yourself, or you can put monsters on it. I also need bioethanol, which is a byproduct of wheat, which I also need. So I'm gonna need to put those cooking pots back. Doesn't really matter where you put these, because I'm gonna move these in a little bit. And the reason I like did only, what was I gonna say, the 4, oh that, yeah, because more than 4 plots you don't gain any more wheat on Xbox. So as much as I can do wheat into wheat flour, because then I need the aging facility. This thing right here next to the cooking pots. This is a requirement for making bioethanol. You make it in this machine. So once again, I don't want this thing to have the enchantment protective, because it won't stack well if I have a bunch of them in my inventory, so I just wash it because it's not important. I can just stick it here, it's fine. So you basically go, you grow the wheat, you take the wheat, make it into wheat flour, take the wheat flour to the aging facility, make it into bio. And it takes a lot of wheat flour to make one, it takes 10 wheat flour to make 1 bioethanol. So that's why you want to have an efficient area for growing wheat, because it takes, it takes 2 of these to make 1 wheat flour, and then 10 wheat flour to make 1 of these. So it's basically 10 times 2, it takes 20 wheat to make 1 bioethanol, which is why you need a lot of wheat. But it's good, because 32, you're basically taking 120 wheat, about, like, on average. For each of these, you're taking 32, so about 120, converting it into 60 about 60 wheat flour, and then taking that 60 and making about, making 6 bioethanol. So each growth cycle of this wheat, you're making 6 bioethanol, which is not bad. It's really not that bad. And now, obviously, in the beginning, it doesn't seem like much, but this will eventually be constantly working, because there's ways to set up different machines to where this will automatically do all that stuff for me, to where whenever I need any of these items, like whether it's wheat or bioethanol, I'll just have like a chest like right here, or actually it'll be on top of this thing, to where I can just go get it. It'll have a bunch of this bioethanol in there, and then I'll be able to come over here and use it for whatever. So that's like the whole basis of the game, is like finding out what resources you need, and then just challenging yourself, like, all right, well, how would I get this to automatically produce it for me? And it's really fun to do that, because like the game can let you automate almost any resource or any item that you need. You can basically set up, using your imagination and ingenuity, you can create ways to like automate stuff. It's so much fun. But for now, I think they're just not reaching the bottom row. Let's go from the side and use 2 buckets so I can get some sprinklers. Cool. Take this wheat flour. Take this wheat flour. Bio. To start, I need about 10. So I needed like 4 or 5 more. Because I need some to make the... Oh, damn, what was it that I needed the bioethanol for? Oh yeah, the rotating cells. I also need batteries, so I might as well get started on the generator. Alright, now we're cooking. Perfect. Okay, so this thing, it's called the hamster wheel. You can either sprint on it. You have to sprint. You can't just run normal speed. When you sprint, it will slowly produce a battery. You could also capture monsters like the sheep or cows or foxes or whatever, goblins. You can then throw them onto the wheel and they'll run on the wheel for you. The only problem with it is they take damage like rather quickly. Like every 2 or 3 seconds they'll take like 20% health damage, so they can die like while they're on machines. So part of the game is you have to figure out how to keep your monsters from perishing. And there's a few different ways you can do it, and the best way that the community has figured out is by using green monos. It's a green colored variant of those blue little doll looking things. When they die, they heal other monsters around them, so you can set up a way to like heal the monsters that are running on your machines and then keep them from dying. Super fun, super useful, and it's basically like what you're supposed to do, honestly, to automate stuff. Okay, so while that's going for the rotating saw, might as well upgrade my pickaxe so I can start getting silver, I believe. Yep, get some silver. Actually, you know what? I could skip right past the silver one, because I can go right to steel. I already have steel. There we go. And that will now let me go get those pink rocks, the titanium, and I can skip right to titanium everything. And then I'll be at the strongest ones I can use in the age that I'm currently in. But I want to hold off on that, because I want to try something that I was experimenting on with my last playthrough, to where it's a little complicated, but it's really not once you understand the idea. But basically you can keep even regular rocks, like regular stone and ores and stuff, you can keep those ones from dying. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so like this rock, this stone, it drops stone. See how it took 50 damage right there, but it's still not depleted? Another 39, another 38. So it has somewhere around 100 health. If I can set up a green mono system to die right next to this rock, so it heals the rock, because the green monos will heal rocks, trees, other animals, building materials, they literally heal anything that has a health bar. So if you have like a cooking pot right here with green monos breeding into it, it will heal these rocks. So that way while I'm hitting it, they will never die. So if I need a specific resource, like a lot of it, I can set up a way to where they will never go away. Super, super useful. And I thought of it like towards the end of my last playthrough when I was getting a little burnt out on the game. But it's super fun, like, to getting it set up. Because like once it starts working, you're like, well, that's awesome. Alright, so let's get this sweet. So you can use any weapon to harvest. They all do 10 damage. So I didn't have to worry about doing like breaking anything right off the bat. And since they're stacked, you can kind of like fall into them, but you can just jump out. Okay, if I want to do half, nope, I don't think I can do that. Let's just do max grit. You're always gonna need bio, so you might as well make a bunch as soon as you can. Get this batteries. To start, you only need a few batteries. What I'm using it for is the rotating saw right off the bat, and then I need a couple for, what else is it for? The retrieving rod uses a few. Honestly, there's really not that many things in the game that require batteries. If you want to check what they are, you just go down to the battery, hit the details button, and on the right we'll tell you everything that batteries are used for. So the rotating saws, the reaping machine, they both kind of do the same thing. Excavator drill, gotcha thing, helicopter, hoverboard, motorcycle, buggy, cores, droppers, absorbers, craft connectors. Yeah, so it's not like a whole bunch of stuff. So honestly, I think like 500 batteries overall is enough for a playthrough. And once you get like the batteries automated, it's really easy to have too many. Okay, so let's take those. Sorry, 3 more batteries. See, sometimes it's nice to just be a little peaceful. Just take in the sights. And if you haven't noticed, the clouds that actually move. Like as the day goes, like they move around and stuff. I always thought that was cool. Alright, so as soon as I get this third battery, I'm going to make it's called the rotating saws. It's really cool because it detects when crops and stuff are grown. So this stuff right here. So like, let me go ahead and water it so it'll get going. I'm already out of buckets. Oh, I guess now's a good time to put some wells down. Okay, so wells will just automatically gather buckets for you. And once again, if you can't get something to place, like it's not placing for some reason, just jump in here. Some stuff has gravity, so it just... it's so nice. Don't know why that's a thing, but it is. Okay, here. And then they stack on top of each other, so you just gotta double jump. And boop. Nice and stacked. And then, here in a little bit, I can make an item called a dropper, so, and then attach it to each well, and when that bucket of water is done being made, it'll just shoot the buckets out. And then I can have a chest with an absorber, and it'll suck the buckets into the chest. And then I'll have automatic bucket collection. I just gotta wait for the first few ones to come, so I can water my stuff. There we go. See if I can get all of them. Oh yeah, the reason I can water because you remember how I said you can fall into the gap? You want to be in the gap to water. Then just kind of point it about as dead center as you can get it, so it touches all 4, and then should get all of them. Yep, I did. Sweet. Okay, that's good. That's good. I got the batteries. Let's do the rotating saw. And there are some items I'm skipping past and I haven't really touched on yet. I will eventually, except for this cowbell, I'm pretty sure I will touch on every single other item except for real basic stuff. So like a one-handed torch versus a two-handed torch, you won't need to know the difference. But like if it has like a new on top of it, I will most likely get to it, except for like something I don't need, like a lower version of a pickaxe, or or something that's just useless. But like I will use this machine factory, I'll use the potion brewing stand, I'll eventually use a washing machine and the repair station and all that stuff. And I'll get to most all of this stuff eventually. So unless you have a question, go ahead and drop a, in the chat. If I see it, I'll get to it for sure. Yeah, I'll eventually use most of this stuff, except for this. Yeah, seaweed and sprinklers. I just need 20 buckets of water and I can make a sprinkler already. Which I might do here in a little bit. But for now, let's go ahead and box in yes, okay, I love this style of wall. It's the best ones. Okay, oh yeah, let's go ahead. I'm gonna show you guys the furniture. So as I progress the age, it starts unlocking all these different materials and styles and stuff. It's just different crafting requirements. Some are just straight logs, some are just stone, some are metal, some are ice. So I definitely suggest if you're playing this game, like go through and just kind of take a gander at like even make every single one and just check out the styles. Because some look really, really cool. Like the one I'm about to place, this is my favorite style of wood. Just because it looks so good. It's kind of hard to tell in the dark, but I really like it. Alright, and the reason I'm placing these walls in the air is because the rotating saw likes to climb. So if I place the walls down here, the rotating saw would get stuck in a corner and it would climb the walls out. So you have to put the walls up in the air or else you're going to be hunting down your rotating saw every little bit. It's really annoying. Are you kidding me? I picked up the wrong thing. Fuck. Okay. Let me replace this. So yeah, this is why this is also annoying. Hey, first try. Okay, and then... Oh, and if you notice, the reason I put the walls... So looking at the top of it, see how the left side is curved and the right side is a square? I like to have the corners be on the curved part. So I rotate... Okay, you can't see it. So I can rotate the walls, so see how it's changing? I can make sure that the outside corner will be the curved one, so when I'm looking at it, it's nice and rounded. Versus like having a squared corner. I don't know, I'm a little OCD like that. And then, so it's nice and boxed in because when I place this saw, did I build the wrong fucking thing? Damn it. Oh no, it's over here. Rotating saw. It's big too, so you want to be careful. But before I do, I want to chop all this down because I don't want it to go haywire. I want you to see what it looks like. And I'll actually leave one of them so you can see it do its thing. Okay. So this is what it looks like. Hey, I haven't placed it yet, so that's why it's red or blue. But it will literally continuously spin with the chainsaw blades, and it detects when crops are grown. So even though I'm placing it over here, hold on. Even though I'm placing it over on this side, come on, there we go. It will detect that this crop is grown and will go right towards it. See? And then as soon as something isn't available to grow, it'll just kind of stop and wait until something is ready. So, where's the buckets? Oh yeah, I need buckets. And take. Okay, so now I have 30 buckets, 29. I may just want to get a sprinkler. Cool. Cool. So instead of using a bucket to to hand water, you can just so these sprinklers have a really big range for hitting crops. It's literally 5 floor spaces, so it would hit from pretty much where this hamster wheel all the way over to like about 2 or 3 tiles that way. So it has quite the large radius, so don't be too scared to like kind of place it a little further away. I just stick it there because why not? But see how these are all now growing? Because every few seconds this will just spit out water. These will grow. When these are done growing, this thing will chop them down. And for now, I'll just have to hand collect the wheat and bring it over to the pot. But what I can do right now, if I have enough, I can make some absorbers. Do I know? Oh, I don't have it unlocked yet. Okay, so that'll be after the next stage. Steel, cogs, money. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll just do 20. There's another mission I'm thinking about. I don't want to waste my iron by making the advancing in age. Because I have to make a sword that has the specific enchantments that's on this iron. So see how I picked it up? It says Veteran Ancient Iron Ingot. There's two of those that's 2 enchantments on the metal. So if I go to the missions really quick, take that for the farmer. Where is it? Novice Enchanter. There it is. Okay. It says craft ancient iron ingot by smelting the ore into the ingots that have those enchantments, and then it wants me to make a sword out of that iron that has those enchantments. So I can go to the blacksmith, come here to the iron sword. I need more iron. Come over to the iron sword, and before I click craft, anytime you're making a weapon, an accessory, a shield, pretty much anything really, before you make it, you can look over to the right underneath where the item is spinning. See that little thing where it says click right analog stick for a detail of enchanting chance? Click that. So when I make this sword, I have an 80% chance to get the veteran enchantment and an 80% chance to get an ancient enchantment on the sword. And the reason being is, look at the materials just to the right of that. I'm using 10 iron ingots and 5 logs. So all 10 of the iron ingots have both ancient and veteran on it, but the logs don't. That's why that's how you get the math of 80% chance, because 10 out of the 15 items that I'm using for materials have those enchantments. So it's saying like, okay, 80% for it to be on the thing. So I have a chance that this won't be an ancient, although it was, because I have a high chance. Sometimes you won't get those enchantments. You could get one, you can get the none, or both. So it's kind of an RNG. That's where that plays into effect. So it was really easy to get those because a lot of the materials had that enchantment on it. So I was able to get it. Sometimes when you go to craft high-end gear, you're going to have to do it like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different times before you get the one piece that has all the enchantments that you want on it. So it gets a little harder in the later game. Or actually a lot harder. But that's the basics behind using materials that have good enchantments to make weapons and armor out of it. But for now, I'm just going to turn that armor or that iron into cogs and steel, because that's more important. Because I can always go back to that boss and get that iron again. Like right now I need 6 more steel. I'm going to have to go back to the boss because I need 6 more cogs, which is made from iron anyway, so. Yep, right there. Alright, so you'll see this in function. So see how it's like cut the stuff down? But see how I hit every piece at once? That's not good. I need to reposition the saw so that way it's not hitting everything, because it wasted 3 whole stacks worth of wheat because of the floor item limit. That's where it's really annoying on Xbox, because on PC it's not really that bad. So I gotta move this, reposition it, try to get it onto like the corner so that way it's forced to like turn and like go and hit the other ones, because it turns really slow. But having it right dead center is never a good idea because it'll hit all 4 at once. So I'm trying to get it to be in the corner. Sometimes you just gotta like do that. Oh, I forgot, that was one of the missions. So one of the missions is you have to set up 5 of the rotating saws. You only have to make 1 and just place it and pick it up 5 times. A lot of people. Oh crap! I picked up the wheat field. This is why this is annoying. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Rotating saw. So once you've placed it 5 times, it'll give you the mission. So I gotta do it one more time. try to place it right in the corner. There we go. So I got that mission done. And hopefully the rotating saw will work with me, and like it won't hit one of these two that are over here, so it'll have to move closer, so it won't be touching all four at once. But you'll see eventually like what I mean by all that. Mission. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, we have batteries. See if I can make the retriever right. I cannot. Yep, can't do it yet. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to still make a red beret, which I need iron for. Okay, so it looks like I have to go kill the boss again. Oh, you know what I forgot? Okay. This is why it's still being in the middle. You're supposed to trick the thing. Alright. Workbench. Build one. Take. If you ever want like a rotating saw to like kind of come to the edge of something, you can always just do this. Just place one out of its reach, and then once it's grown, since it can't reach it, it will always try to get to this corner. Like it'll basically come to this corner until these other ones get grown, and then it'll come chase these ones, and then always come back to this corner. You can kind of cheese it a little bit, so that way it doesn't just stay right in the middle. Have I unlocked sandwiches yet? I don't think I have. No, I have not. I need to go get iron. Okay. So the reason the enchantments are good, like I was saying earlier, look at my attack and magic attack. See how it's both 39? If I equip this sword, they both jump by a lot. So that's why that shit is so important. So that's good. Now this one, even though it technically has higher attack, its base attack and stuff is higher, because the enchantments are different. Oh, it actually does more, never mind. Oh, never mind, that sword is better. But yeah, you always want to like double check, that's why it's a good idea. Steel pickaxe is better. Copper axe. Oh yeah, I want to sell some stuff so that way I can get some more money. So. Alright, that should be good for the advance. Oh yeah, duh, just do that. Food. That's good. Take the steel. Alright, so I think the only thing I'm missing is cogs. Yeah, and a little bit of money. That's fine, just need some iron. Now, there's not many iron nodes on this island. I hit the one that was like right here. There should be one more up here somewhere. But the quickest and easiest way is just go kill the ancient golem boss, because he drops 40 iron every time. Oh yeah, if you do a sprinting jump, it does like a jump attack. Or sprinting attack. One of the missions is kill a bear in one hit, so I'm just trying to get that. Eventually I'll get it. Oh yeah, I have a skill point. Oh, there's another... There's another skill. It's like air dash or something. Oh, where the hell is it? Combat? No, it's under trick. That's right. Damn, what the hell just hit me? Oh, it's another bear. Alright, well, I'll figure out that air dash skill later. I forget which category it's under. So once you cleared a dungeon, like you've been through the boss and stuff, you don't have to refight all this other stuff. You can just skip right past it. Because these things, like the first time you go through a dungeon, these doors will be locked. So like you have to kill whatever's in this room first, and then these doors will permanently be unlocked afterwards. And every once in a while there's chests right here. And then obviously once you open a chest, it's been opened, so you can't, it's like, it doesn't reset. So like those 5 chests at the end of this dungeon will already have been opened. Alright, so I'm just gonna do magic. Because it'll be quicker than trying to swing a sword at its chest. Bastard. See? Hey, remember the first time I fought this guy, I was only doing like 40 or 50 damage per tick? It's because I have that sword on that raises my magic attack really well. That's why that magic is doing a lot more now. But yeah, see, I picked up 40 ancient iron ore and 40 ancient iron silver. So every time I defeat that guy, he'll drop the same, the 2 materials the same, but that sword will be different sometimes. And if you ever want to refight a boss, instead of running all the way to the end and teleporting out and having to start all the way back at the beginning, just come to this spot, at least hit this spot on the stairs, and then you can turn around and he'll be back. So I'm going to do that about like 1 or 2 more times, just so I have like over 100 iron, because you use so much iron for everything in this game, so it's not a bad idea to start off with a little bit. But yeah, if I was using the sword, it's like not as quick. It's harder to hit. Oh my gosh. Magic is just so much better. Oop, he's dead. Oh, that time it only gave me 10 silver ore instead of 40. That's weird. Alright, that should be fine for now. Here we go. That's what it is. That's what it was. So now I can do an air dash. It's just fun to do. Because then you can chain your jumps and stuff. So you can double jump, air dash right into the glider. You can't double jump after that though. That kind of sucks. Cool, it's working. So see how like it's in that corner now? So as these things get grown, he'll turn and then he'll just be in the one corner. See? Because he detects this one over here. He wants to get to it, but because he's boxed in, it's good because then it'll keep him in the corner as far as possible. Good way to keep manipulate their movement so that way you don't waste any of the wheat. But now I need to work on getting cogs so I can advance the age. Just do all of them. Go ahead and do the silver. No, I don't want to make this yet because I need the silver or the steel first for the other stuff. Excuse me. Myself. Alright, 3 more cogs. And after those, I can advance the age. After that, I can start working on making absorbers and droppers. Start getting this automation stuff really going. And I'll really start showing you guys some stuff. Okay. Boom. Everything I have, good to go. Progress the age. Awesome. Always take a peek. Workbench. I can now do gold as the next tier after titanium. That's the only new tier unlocked. Nutrition supplement. This is an item used to grow your own trees. It's really good for making a log farm, so you don't have to go out and get your own logs anymore. But that'll be in a while. I'll worry about that later. The machine factory is still from last age. Okay, so then this automatic assembly, automatic furnace. These things are good. I personally don't use them because you can still automate in a different way. I just think that these are kind of big and ugly. So I personally don't like to use them. A lot of people do because, I mean, yeah, they're in the game, but I don't know. I just like doing it in a different way. Mostly because these are just really bulky. Like, they're big. It doesn't look like it, but they're very large. So I just use the smaller variant. Like, because you can automate in a different fashion. Instead of having an auto furnace cooker or whatever. I'll show you guys that. I prefer that way anyways. So I won't ever really use those. Refinery, this is making your weapons stronger. That's good for later. Oh, alright, this breeding facility, we're going to be using that a lot. You can multiply like your monsters and stuff. It's really cool. Livestock machine, it's for putting monsters into, and it pulls a specific material out of the monster. Like if you put a cow in there, it'll pull milk. If you put goblins, I think it gives you fangs, I'm pretty sure. Stuff like that. These are different planters you can use. Go lobster fishing. You can get seeds from things for crops, all kinds of stuff. This item's dope. The stepping stone at the beginning. It takes some really weird materials to make, but it allows you. It's basically like a teleporting pad. So wherever you place it and activate it, that's where you'll say say I go to another island and come back. Wherever this stone is, that's where I teleport to. So it's good. Like if I built my base at the top up there, I'd want to build one of those stepping stones and place it up there in my base. So that way, instead of teleporting here every time I come by this island, I'd go up there. Okay, so this is what I meant by it's good that the saw doesn't hit all 4 at once, because as soon as it hits that other one, those disappear. Because there's a floor limit. So that's why it's good not to have it hit all 4 of the squares at once, because it ruins your efficiency. Okay, now I can start doing absorbers, so I can get to the next part. These things. This and this are super important, as well as the craft connector. All right, batteries, of course. I want to make a couple. Make a few anyways. Alright, I want to make 2 absorbers. I need to make floor. Never mind. Got it. It's good. Take the absorber. Okay. I need to make a steel chest. Damn it. See, this is why steel is annoying to use, because it uses so much iron. Yeah, of course it is. So it takes 5 steel to make 1 chest. So 5 times 5, it takes 25 iron to make a chest. Sucks. So I can't wait until I unlock diamond chests. They're a lot better to use. Cheaper to make and like more storage. Okay. I needed 1 more floor. 2 more. Okay. So this part is a little funky what I'm about to do. So while I'm placing this chest, make sure it is snapped to the grid. The reason I have it overhanging the ledge like this is because I need part of it to be sticking there. I need part of it to be sticking out over the ledge, because when I attach these absorbers, they need to be touching the chest. What is happening? There we go. Okay, I need to place another floor. Right here, just so I can be closer. So I need these absorbers to actually touch the steel chest before I place the rest of the flooring, or else it won't work right. And I need to place 2 because it won't see how it's sucking up. There we go, see? Take away this floor. If it was 1 absorber on the chest, it wouldn't be able to get the wheat all the way up. So 2 absorbers are required to pull things straight up. And now I should be able to place more floors. So that way none of the wheat will get flung. I just got to build 2 more, hold on. The wheat will not get flung past the ceiling, and the chest will have an easier time of absorbing it because the absorbers stick through the floors. So now I have a way for my wheat to be auto-collected. So it's auto-growing, auto-watering, auto-cutting, and then auto-gathering. Now, you may notice that every once in a while, there's like 1, maybe 2 wheat that didn't get collected. That's totally fine. I'm not expecting this to be like perfectly 100%, like every single piece works exactly correctly. That's okay. If it's working at like 95% efficiency, I can't complain. It's not bad. And these stone floors are annoying me. There we go. So now they're all facing the same direction. Okay. So anytime I need wheat, I can just come in here. It'll be in this box. And now, take this, take this. What's operating? I can start putting my cooking pots up here. And the reason I'm putting it up here... Oh wow, I didn't even center the chest. Damn it. I may have to redo the chest. Because that part... well... Actually, you know what? It doesn't need to be. Alright, it's fine. It's fine where it's at. Okay, so... The reason... How do I want to do this? Is it 2 clicks? Okay, so I've done this before. So basically, the cooking pots are what you need to turn the wheat into wheat flour. So you can use this item called a craft connector. It's built in here. It's this thing. It's called the craft connector. It will attach this chest. It will connect to the cooking pot, and then it will automatically cook whatever I choose it to auto cook. Hold on. Okay, so I need batteries though, so I need to get 6 batteries. And pretty soon here, I'll be able to go get some green monos and get that set up, so that way I can have this set up to make batteries automatically. But for now, I just gotta run on it. I think once I get my green mono farm set up and this going for batteries, I think I'm gonna call it for the stream and then start up tomorrow. Because this is a pretty good first stream. Like, it's got a lot of basics, covering like the missions and skill points and advancing ages and travel and all that stuff. Getting some basic automations, like how to go about getting your automations set up, stuff like that. But there's a lot more to go. But yeah, I just see how that wheat's getting pulled up. It's just so nice that I don't have to hand collect it anymore. Now some will be stuck, like this one piece right here. No biggie. Don't worry about it. Don't let it bother you. Couple more batteries and I'll be able to make a one of the craft connectors. I also need to make one dropper and one more absorber at least, just to show you the functionality of how I would have going from basic wheat all the way up to bioethanol without having to touch it on my own. But I need a couple batteries and then actually I think I need like 4 batteries total, so I might be here for a little bit. Although I need to eat. Collect this, pull this. Aging facility. I think before I had these above it. Yeah, I think these are up here. Yeah, so basically what I do is I put the cooking pots around them. Like I have them positioned around the chest. And then above the chest, I'll have a floor. Like, you can free place it. So I'll have it like here. And then I'll have the aging facilities sitting up top. I'll show you how to set it up, but I'll basically have them sitting up here with the absorbers and craft connectors going through the floor. So it's basically like each level is doing a different product. So like this is making the wheat, getting sucked up. Then this level will be making the wheat flour get sucked up here. And then this stuff will be making the bioethanol. And then I'll just have a chest where, like somewhere like over here, so where whenever I need bioethanol, I can just jump up there and grab it. But for now, gotta make all this stuff for it. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need 8 of these total. At the end, like once everything's built, I'll have a bunch of this stuff. But for now, I need 2 and 2 droppers, I think, or just 1 drop. No, 1 dropper. And 2 more batteries, of course. And the reason the wheat gets stuck is because the planters are stacked on each other, so it kind of blocks a couple of them from going up, but no biggie. It's like almost all of them get sucked up, so still pretty efficient. Now, if I really wanted to, I could potentially take this like layout, like these wheat plots and all this stuff, and do it again over here, and like keep doing it over and over and over to make my production more. But I found that doing it like this is totally good enough for one player. Because eventually you won't even need, like once you have locked all the islands and stuff and you have like 10,000 bioethanol, you can basically just dismantle this whole thing because you won't even need it anymore. Batteries, craft connectors. 1, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Nope, I need one more. Damn it, that's right, because I need a craft connector for the cooking pot and a craft connector for the aging facility. So I needed 3 more batteries. Of course. Alright, one more. Come on. Oh, please don't run out of stamina before I get the battery. Damn it. Come on, you can do it. Oh, shit, I don't think I'm gonna make it. Yes, go. Did I get it? No! I didn't get it. God damn it. Yeah, it's really annoying. Doesn't keep your progress. Go. Get that. Bam. Alright. Alright, just to make it to where this isn't blocking the view. Pull this up. Okay. So, the way craft connectors work. If I want to set this cooking pot to automatically make wheat flour whenever there's wheat in this chest, you need a craft connector. So you connect it to the chest and it shoots a beam over to the cooking pot. So it tells this cooking pot like, hey, I can press Y to, okay, so looking in the bottom right of the screen, right where it says autocraft, right above that, if I press Y, now it's on the autocraft selection. So whenever there is wheat inside that chest, it will just automatically pull it to the cooking pot and make wheat flour. So it may take a second, but yes. So see that? So now you have to either manually take out each wheat flour as it cooks, or okay, there it goes. Or instead of doing it by hand, these red boxes are called droppers. I just put one right here. Try to put it lower on the pot. So as this, see how it shot it out? So as this thing makes wheat, whenever it's done, it'll shoot it out of it. See? Now, for it to get collected back into the box, take an absorber, the opposite of a dropper, put it right where it's shooting that wheat. Sometimes you have to crouch to get it right. Try to line it up as best as you can, so it's shooting it right into the absorber. And it should, sometimes it does mess up and shoot it away. It should just stop it and like absorb it back into the chest. So now, that's the second half of the automation. So I'm down here, I have the wheat getting cut and collected into this box. And once I get more craft connectors and stuff, I'll have all these cooking pots up here, taking that cut down wheat and turning it into wheat flour, and then spitting it back into this box. So this box now has 2 items in it, the wheat and wheat flour. And the last step that I want to do this automation to do is for the bioethanol. So I can take it a step further and either do, there's a few ways I can do this. So I can either have this whole entire row be all cooking pots, like put another one here and put another one here, and then go one more layer up, like do another one up here. And then that way I can have another layer doing bioethanol, or I should have put it so high. Or I can just put the crafting pot, or the aging facility. Oh my god. I can just do it like here for now. Okay, this is the midline. So remember earlier I was talking about like counting squares. So there's 1, 2, 3. Oh god. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh god. Basically, just by looking, I can tell that it's on the center line, but that this chest is not centered. See how like this line that I'm looking at right now? That's the middle line. That chest is off by 1 square, which is what I was talking about earlier. So I can either fix it or just leave it out. It's not that big a deal. And then I can do. So the way I set up this cooking pot to autocraft the wheat flour, I can now set up this aging facility to autocraft the bioethanol. So I attach the craft connector. It connects the chest to the machine. Then I come over to the aging facility and I go to the item I want to autocraft. It's already got the autocraft connected, like clicked, and then autocraft. So anytime there is now 10 wheat flour in this chest, that auto cooker, or this thing, will now make bioethanol automatically. And we gotta make it a dropper. Shit. I'm showing you the battery. That's half the game. Is like you need something and you gotta go get it or go make it. So basically, I put a dropper on the aging facility. It'll then spit out the bioethanol when it's done cooking, and I just throw another absorber on the chest, and it'll suck that up too. So then it'll have it'll have the 3 levels of items that I need: the wheat flour, and then the bioethanol, all being made without me having to do anything, other than set it up in the beginning. Because if you sat here and did all this by hand, it would take so long. Like you sitting there hand watering the crops, hand cutting, coming over the cooking pot, making the wheat, coming back over the pot, making the flour, like all that shit. Like it just takes way too long in the grand scheme of things. So you want to set up these automations to save you time, so we can go off and do other more important stuff, like fight bosses and kill stuff. All right, there we go. So I always make sure I get rid of the enchantments on droppers and stuff, because they don't stack very well when they have enchantments. So I always just get rid of them, because they don't do anything on the equipment. So once again, try to get it low. See? It is now spitting out the bioethanol, and now I just gotta collect it into the chest. I try to just line it up so it looks nice. There we go, boys. Now I have automated bioethanol. Just put one in there just to make it look nice. See? And I don't even have to do anything anymore with this, other than add more cooking pots and craft connectors and stuff. But potentially I could just literally walk away now and let this go forever and not have to worry about it. And these wells I gotta boot these eventually, but yeah, there you go. So wheat get cut, gets collected, gets turned into wheat flour by the cooking pots, which gets turned into bioethanol by the aging facility, and it all gets collected right here. Done. Cool. Alright, so the next thing I want to set up is battery farm, and for a battery farm I need green monos and then another cop monster to run on the wheel. So to catch monsters I need Pokeballs. These things. They require iron and sand. So once again, I need iron, but I can work with 4 Pokeballs. And funny enough, it gave me 10 just for crafting 1, so I have 14. All good to go. And but I want to make sure that my too. Let's do the small ones for now. Okay, so see how there's like two different stacks, one for 10, one for 4? It's because one of them has enchantments on it. So this stack doesn't, and this stack does. I get rid of those enchantments so they will stack nicely. So highlight, click, wash away, remove enchantment. Now neither one of them have enchantments, so you just click one, click again, done. Now it stacks real well. Okay, but I don't, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, this. I put all my poop in there. Nope. Take that. Don't need this, don't need this, don't need this. And I could probably make sandwiches now, which is really good. Cooking pot. Sandwiches, yep, there we go. It's just 1 egg, 1 bread, and look at the effects it gives you. So it heals you for 90 health every sandwich. It gives you 25 mana. 60 hunger comes back, which is really good. And then it gives you plus 25 mana for 30 seconds. Or stamina, not mana, sorry. So it just lets you have more mana or stamina for a little bit. So yeah, this is like one of the best early game foods. So I just make as many as I can. Because it basically, to fill yourself up, you eat like 1 or 2. That's it. So I have 0 hunger right now. 1, I'm already at 60%. I gained some health back. Doing a lot better. These things are awesome. And because I got the... Ah, damn it. Okay, so I got the chickens enchantment on it, which is not good. It lowers my defense and my defense percentage. So if I don't want that, just wash it away. So that's just a sandwich. Doesn't hurt me anymore. I should probably do it to all of them. That's why removing enchantments is kind of good sometimes, because there are negative enchantments out there. Like there's one of the enchantments is called Old, and it like lowers like all your stats or something like that. And it's not great. Okay, so I have food. I have a weapon. And these ones I can get rid of. I have my Pokeballs. Equip. Wood axe, copper axe. Why do I need those? I don't. Storage. Okay. Offer. There we go. That's fine. Okay. Because with the steel pickaxe, I can get titanium, which then I can just jump to titanium and then gold. And then get gold's pickaxe, axe, and other stuff. So I'll be fine. Building stuff, don't need. Don't like these, so I don't use them. Let's place this down. What else? Stuff's fine. Put this here. Let's get my copper back in order. Just in case, I'll leave the spot for the regular axe. Bread. Walls. Floor. Slope. In case I need to get out of danger. And that's pretty much it. Alright. Do I have enough armor for iron for armor? I don't think so. So you can just make some really quick, shitty armor that doesn't have good enchantments, but I don't have the materials for it yet, so I'll make that in a little bit. Yeah, that's great. Okay. Alright, first time traveling to another island, let's go. Whee! This is an easy island, so there are not too many things that can kill us here. But there's a lot of really important things, so it's nice. Okay, let's clear those missions. Oh, I guess not. You have to unlock a level 5 island to finish this one up. Sell a bunch of water. Lumberjack. Basically, to finish this one, I have to cut down 1,000 trees. This one, I have to mine 1,000 stones. Those will be the last 2 I even finish because they just take time. One shot. I have to kill a cow with 1 strike, kill a bear with a single strike, Kill 10 cows, 10 seconds. Okay, a lot of these are going to be like, I have to wait till I'm a little bit stronger to do them right off the bat. Tamer. Alright, this will be the next one I do. Capture a cow, capture a bear, capture 10 animals. Alright, well, I can capture the cow and the bear on the beginner islands. Garden. Headshot. Defeat a cow with a headshot. That's actually not too hard. 200 damage, bare hands, that's later. Okay, cool. Alright, my main goal is catch at least 2 green monos, which I know right where they spawn, so that won't be hard. And if I see the cow or the bear, might as well catch them while I'm here. And then I gotta catch at least 1 merchant, if not more. Maybe I'll even catch some of the NPCs. Boo-doo-boo. Okay, so there's goblin archers, that thing that's up there that just shot at me. He's a dick. So let's go kill these guys first so I can focus on the monos. Yeah, goblins are annoying. But they're not very strong, so. Ah, shit. Ugh. This is why heal spell is so important. There we go. Okay. Now that they're out of the way, this is like right where the first area of green mono spawn is, right next to this skull. They're about level 9 to 12-ish. Try not to hit them, or try not to kill them because they don't spawn very fast. So once their health is lowered, make sure your Pokeball is equipped, which I am. You throw with the left trigger. You want to be kind of close because it's hard to aim them. But they basically, wherever your reticle is, it throws it a little bit above and to the right. So like this, see? I don't know why they didn't just have it throw dead center, but it doesn't. So make sure you got good aim. And when their health is in yellow, about half health, it's 50% chance to catch. When their health is in purple, it's a 90% chance. So it's better off just going straight for purple. There we go. And that's how you capture monsters. You can do it to these goblin guys if you want. You can catch chickens. You can literally any monster in the game, except for birds and fish. Eventually, I'm going to catch this healer guy because he drops something very specific at high levels. Same with the shaman. But for now, you know what? I'm already here. I might as well. And you can raise their level by breeding as well. So if you want something to drop something at level like 90, say, you can catch a level 10 something, and then breed it with higher level monsters, like other higher level monsters, so that way you can raise the one you're trying. You little dick. So you only have like a few seconds to, if you miss a shot with the Pokeball, you can still pick them up, but it's like 3 seconds and then they disappear forever after you throw it. So you always want to make sure you're kind of close. And they can pop out like that, so be close and like be ready to throw another one. There we go. Got him. Alright, get one more green mono, level 11. Shit. Missed him. Yeah, the throwing accuracy is kind of bad. And when you throw the prism, it does 1 damage, so if you want them, like if you're hitting them too hard with your sword, and you want to lower their health by like 2 or 3, just keep throwing Pokeballs until they're low enough. But yeah. Okay, so that's the green monos. I need some iron. Might as well grab one right here. This island's good too because it has a lot of the bedrocks that I was talking about earlier. The ones that like basically have unlimited resources. At least in the beginning it's unlimited. So I could stay here for the next 10 hours and hit this thing and it will consistently give me copper. So it's really good to find these out in the world because you can have one that has stone, one has sand, one has copper, one has iron, one has silver. I think those are all of them. It only goes up to silver, but the most important one by far is the iron one. So if you look on your minimap, see this little cookie looking thing? That's the bedrock. So like there's one down here. So if I travel to that marker, there will be a bedrock over there. It won't tell you by the minimap what the bedrock is. You just have to go look. But they won't change. So it's like this one will always be copper. So if I leave and come back, this will still be copper. But yeah, so it's good to find like wherever you build. Well, I honestly suggest like when you move your base for the first time to like where your permanent base is gonna be, try to build it like next to or over water, and then B like as close as you can get it to one of those iron bedrocks because you're gonna need it. So yeah, as I'm playing, I'm kind of keeping an eye out for where I want to build my next base. Oh, also, like I picked up that well. You can pick up all these plots, these wheat fields, so you can just pick them up if you want, so you don't have to build them yourself. All right, this is like the villager area. The people that don't matter, like this guy, see how it says Villager Man 4. If their name says Villager, they do not matter at all. They don't do anything. They don't give you anything. Nothing. I mean, they can talk to you, but that's it. You can kill them, but they don't do anything. So don't worry about them ever. The ones that do matter are these special characters right here. See this guy named Fisher Senpai, where if they have like a specific name, they're a fetch quest NPC. So like Warrior Torkel. You just gotta talk to them a few times for their inventory to open up. But in here is where it gives you the fetch quest. So if you look on the right, where it says Warrior Torkel's quest, it says please deliver the following items. They'll request will automatically abandon after the due time, meaning at the top of every hour, their quest changes. So you only have an hour to get them the materials they're requesting right then. So the requested item he has right now is 10 items with the enchantment dried on that. It doesn't matter what the items are, as long as it has dried as one of the enchantments, he'll take it. And in exchange, he'll give you 3 small mana potions. And the due date, so in the game, it says 24 minutes remaining. In the game, underneath the mini-map, make it so you can see it better. Underneath the mini-map, it says day 13. So I basically have until that time period to get this guy the materials he's asking for. Well, this is the fisher, so he asked for fish. So he's asking for 3 shrimp in exchange for 5 limestone, which is a terrible deal. So that's how these NPCs work, is literally just fetch quests, and they'll give you items, and you just have to check every hour, or whenever you want to check on them. So the warrior, the fisher, those 2 guys are over in that section, and then there's more over here in this area. But those 2 guys are important, and then this guy right here, the researcher, he's a plague doctor looking guy. Looks cool. He's really annoying because his talk function is really busted, so you have to like spam the talk button like 20 times for him to actually open up his dialogue. I don't know why it's so hard for him, but it'll finally go. He asked for the ancient documents for random stuff sometimes. Yeah, that's the only other guy over here for NPCs. This guy, the merchant, he is the most important NPC because he sells items. So depending on the world level you're on, so we're on a world level 1 because it's like the first opened world level, his loot table will be different than if we're on like a world level 6. So whatever world level he's on will change his sellable inventory. So a lot of these items on these lower levels will be common items. So like this is the common sword, this is a level 6, you know what I mean? So like it won't be level 10 or 12 items. But some of these are still really good to buy because they sell, if you notice, the number, a lot of these are in stacks of 100. So it's easier to just go to a merchant and just buy a stack of 100 iron versus trying to go out and hand farm 100 iron. You know what I mean? It'll take me like 10 minutes to do that versus just coming to this guy. I don't have the money for it right now, but I will soon. I can just buy the max stack. It's only 18,000 gold and I'll have 100 iron. That is by far the easiest way to get materials in large quantities, unless you have an automation set up already for it. But for now, he actually doesn't really have anything good, so yeah, even this sword is weaker than what I have. So what I think I'm gonna buy is probably a little bit of iron. Actually, no, I won't, because I want to capture this guy. So all the NPCs, even the villagers, they're treated as monsters in the game. So you can damage them. If I didn't miss. You can damage them and then catch them. And there's reasons that you want to do this. So I don't know why he popped out. So the researcher, he produces an item in the livestock machine that's really important. And then earlier I was talking about the merchants. They're really useful for... Let me equip all my shit so I don't hurt them too bad. Merchants are really good because you can breed up like a whole bunch of them. And then go to each island level 1 through 7 and just put like 10 on each island. And you basically have access to their whole like inventory of sellable items. So you just go around and talk to each one and buy whatever you need. It's super useful. Anything else over here I need? Nope. So those are basically like the most important guys over here for the NPCs. And if on the map, it is in the F4 and the F3 area. It's on the right side. There is another guy over here that's important, but he fell in the water and died, so he's an asshole. He's a guy named Blacksmith Fergus. He trades you slates of growth for 1 log, so he's really good. I think that was really all I needed so far from this island. I don't remember. Oh yeah, I need more iron. Might as well go find some iron. Also really hungry. There you go. See that 1 sandwich? And it also gives me a little bit of extra stamina as well. So that's that little extra right there. Oh, cows. I need to capture these. So the sandwiches are like way better than just eating bread or something. That's why I needed or wanted it. Plus they're like so easy to make. But once you get your merchants set up, on higher level islands, they sell really fantastic food. It's a little pricey, but it's totally worth it to buy from them instead of just making everything. Could have sworn there was definitely a bedrock over here. Oh, this is gold, by the way. I need a titanium pickaxe for it, though. This stuff, which I can get. If I was smart, I would have brought all my stuff with me so I can just sit here and cook it. Oh yeah, so there's like evil rotating saws. There's like a wild monster. They like to shoot I-beams at you. Like assholes, but they're pretty weak, so. Get out of here. There we go, iron. But notice how this steel pickaxe, I could hit the rock once and it breaks the rock. If I had a stone pickaxe, it'd take me like 10 hits. So like the better pickaxe you have, the more efficient it is at mining. And then also at nighttime, like the skeletons back on the beginner base, there's evil monsters that spawn that try to kill you on higher islands, like werewolves. But they're pretty weak, so you don't have to really worry too bad, unless you're like literally wearing nothing and you're level 1. Even like the tiniest bit of defense helps out a lot in the beginning. Yeah, there's horses too. Being jerks though. Yeah, so say there was like an iron deposit like right here, like a bedrock of iron, I would legit just build like right here over this water. Because it'd be like the best spot to build in. Because you'd have easy access to basically unlimited iron, and then access to water as well. And the reason you need water is those green monos that I caught. Just as an example, screw it, I'll just sacrifice level 8, screw it. When they hit water, they take damage. So see this, how he's taking tick damage? And when they die, the green monos are the only monster in the game that do this specific thing that it's about to do. See how it healed me? On death, green monos heal everything. From buildings to you to other monsters and stuff. So you can use that to manipulate like automations. So I would basically build something like this. Just for an example. You build like a square over the water. And then make a box. Oh, get out of here, you fucking turtle. you make a box so that way when you have the monos breeding into the water, this turtle's making it annoying. He's blocking the building. Jerk. Anyway, so you get the idea. So I'd place a breeder to where it would like produce the green monos. The green monos would fall in the water, take damage and die, and then everything else in like this 3x3 radius would basically get healed by it. So you can have something on like I call it a hamster wheel, but it's called the generator. When you put a monster on the generator to produce batteries, they take damage over time. So to mitigate that, you just place it nearby the green monos that are dying in the water, so that way you get everything healed. It's a really simplistic way to keep your stuff from dying. But once again, the game doesn't really hold your hand on stuff, so it's a lot of trial and error, like figuring stuff out. Now, that isn't the only way to heal your stuff, but it is the easiest because you don't have to do anything with it once it's set up. Like you could, there's a spell that like an area spell, a heal spell, so you can like manually heal your stuff, but it's not very good. Monos, what else is that? Oh yeah, iron. I'm still looking for an iron deposit. Oh, and these are blue herbs. These are for making mana potions. And it's good that I got a seed for it. I got 3. That's actually really good. Because you can plant those later. And grow them on your own instead of having to come hand pick them. So yeah, anytime you see 2 nodes next to each other, if you stand near them, you'll hit both on like your backswing and front swing. It's nice. Makes mining a little more efficient. So like right here, I would just kind of stand like almost in the middle, and I hope I can hit both, which I can't. Yeah, anytime you see 2 rocks near each other, just hit both. Alright, I did see on the mini-map, right here. It's another one. Every once in a while, these like bridge, come on. The bridge structures will have chests at the top. So I'll make a point of climbing up. Even if it doesn't, like, it's worth it to check. Yeah, it doesn't. That's okay, because over here it has one. Oh, see this guy running at me? Kevin the Thief? He is a dick. He steals stuff from you if he touches you, so... either kill him with range, or... like this. Or with a bow, or just be strong enough to one-shot him. Because he'll steal items out of your inventory. Because he's a jerk. And actually, you know what? I should catch him. Oh, come on. No, I clipped the ball. Come on. Oh, he might kill me. There we go. I'm gonna have to punch him. But see why yellow health is kind of annoying, because they keep popping out. That's why you want to get him down to the purple health if you can. Dang, he almost got me. Cool. Alright, so those gold coins I just picked up, they're only meant to sell. So even where it says, see on the description, it says, there seems to be no other way to use this except for exchanging for cash. It just means that you can only sell it for money. That's all it's used for. Alright, no, it was only copper. Okay. There is a colder area up there, but I take damage from the environment because it's cold, so I'm not going to go there yet. You know, I think that's good for now. Always leave yourself enough stamina when you're gliding around to like hit it one last time before you hit the ground so you don't take fall damage. That's right, I do need cows. Hold on. There we go. And I got the mission. Sweet. Oh, I need to get a bear, but that's back on the home base. So if you ever need to figure out, like, say this is your first time playing, you got lost, like you're out in this island, you're like, how the hell do I get back home? Where's the teleport thing? If you open up your map, that big teleport thing will always be labeled. Even if you move it, it'll show back up wherever you place it. It'll always be labeled. So you can mark it and close your map, and there you go. Big tower of red light to go to. Yeah, damn goblin area. And they respawn really quick, so even if you like try to kill them all, they'll just keep coming back really fast and fucking you up. All right. Cool. So that's the island of residence. All right. So I'm gonna need for the next thing. Well, actually, you know what? Anytime you come back, make sure you come over here and start smelting all your stuff. So as much iron as I can get. Okay. So whenever you're smelting iron, make sure you're not accidentally using your really good iron that like drops with the enchantments on it. So like if I didn't want to use this ancient veteran or the ore, well, I'm not holding any, never mind. So it doesn't matter. But basically you want to store the good stuff before you accidentally use it to make regular iron, because it'll ruin your day. Like say I go kill a dragon and I get the crimson dragon iron ore that it drops, and I accidentally go to make iron ingots and it doesn't end up on there because it was mixed in with a bunch of other crappy iron, it would be really bad. So you want to make sure anytime you're smelting iron, you only have in your inventory what you're trying to use, or it'll just mix it all together and just kind of like make it really bad. It's not a good idea. Let's take iron. I'm gonna need a breeder, so I need sheep wool, I think. I don't know, animal flesh, logs, cogs, straw. Okay, I see cogwheel. Excuse me. Which needs a bunch of iron, so I think I'm just gonna get it. This is why having multiple workbenches is really good. Because having to sit here and wait for this thing to finish, and wait for this to finish, it just takes too long. So you can get shit going while you're going, or while you're working. Screw it, I'll do it. I'll do it over here. All this stuff's gonna get picked up anyway, so it won't matter. Let me change the floor. Okay, so when you go to build your green mono setup, you want your flooring to be only just barely above the water. So for this next part, I'm gonna have this go down. Cause see how like this is literally like right above the water line? That's what you want. That's where you want it to be placed. But because I like this wood flooring a lot, and I'm also pretty OCD, so like if I place it like this, I would really annoy myself, so I gotta make sure it's lined up too. But that's where those arrows help you. So like that bigger arrow up top is how you know it's facing the same way as this piece was. So like it needs to be like that. So if I'm looking this way, I can rotate. So it'll still be facing the same direction. But if you rotate it, you have to now rotate it back. So that way it's still facing the same way. Really useful. Or annoying, depending on who you are. Yeah, so this is the basic shape for how I set up my green monos. Then I place down breeding facility. Now see how it's in free placing form? I don't want that. I want to make sure it's snapped to the grid so that way it is very straight. Line it up with the opposite side, or whichever side, it really doesn't matter actually. You just want the tube, I call it the Mario tube because it's green. It looks like those like the tubes that he used to jump in. I basically, as long as that's sticking out over the water, you're good. You can have it a little bit further away, a little bit closer, it doesn't matter. And now I want to place walls on the inside part going down into the water. See how it's got like that faint blue line? That's how I know it's ready to place. And the reason I do this is sometimes when the monos, because they'll be sitting on top of this breeding facility and they'll pop out here into the water. Sometimes they'll just stand still and die where they're at, and sometimes they'll actually start moving and they can get away. So you want to make sure the box, like you have the 4 walls. And I may have to move this before I place that. So you want the 4 walls. And I call this the kill box. So that way you guys know exactly what I'm talking about when I say kill box, because it's going to be in this literal square. Now, if you were in deeper water, there's another trick. So this is fine because we're in shallow water. The monos won't go too deep, like they're being blocked by the sand. But the further out you go, like the water actually gets a little bit deeper. If you're over like extreme ocean water, you want to place a floor. Now here's another trick. So I'm snapped to the grid with the flooring right now, right? Now I'm on free place. This is what you want. So you want a free place. Find it where the square would be, like that. And then with just the right analog, you look down a little bit until the gold ring disappears. That's how you know the correct height. So now that floor is the perfect height to hold the green monos in this little pool of water. It's deep enough to kill them, but it's shallow enough to keep them high enough to heal anything that's like up in the air, like up here. Because they only have like a certain area they can heal in. So you want to keep them as close to the surface of the water as possible. So that's how I do that. Makes it like a nice little pool for them to be drowned in. Okay, so when I'm placing this, center it. See how it's not centered? I can't do that. I hate that. Plus it'll mess up everything else lining up later on. So you want to make sure everything is exactly centered. See how that's like actual middle? That's perfect. So now, my next step, take my 2 monos. Just equip them. They're both the same level, so they'll both be equipped. Go to these red circles. Look at them. Don't look up. You'll throw the Pokeball really far. Look down. Press the left trigger or whatever your throw button is. They will automatically like stick to the closest red circle. So now he's good to go. He won't wander off. He won't leave. And then throw the other one right here. Now they will automatically start breeding, and you know it's working because they're doing that dumb spinny thing. It takes about like 5 to 7 seconds or so for in between each breed to come out. So don't be scared. They will look like they're gonna die because they take damage while they're on the breeding facility. This mono takes enough damage per second to die and then heal the 2 up here before they can die. So see how they just got all that health back? That's the trick for using the green monos. This is why I don't know why he just popped out level 46. That's not supposed to happen, but not like I'm complaining. That's the trick to using green monos to heal stuff. So now what you can do, see this little wheel? Oh, I gotta pick it up. So the reason you want to have the green monos is because when you, supply pod, sweet. I'll go get that in a second. Because say I take this wheel, snap to the grid, place it right here. Totally fine. It's close enough. And then I take a cow or something and throw it on this wheel. It'll run for me, but it takes damage over time on the wheel. So if I didn't have those green monos dying in the water and healing it, this cow would eventually take too much damage and die itself. So you'd have to keep replacing them. But instead, just stick it next to these green monos. You'll never have to worry about it ever again. And these batteries, eventually, when it hits 10 batteries, because this thing can hold 10 batteries, he'll stop producing batteries. So the next thing you want to do is make a dropper. Well, once he makes 3 batteries, I will make a dropper. Actually, no, it's only 1 battery. I just need iron. Okay, iron. Iron, there we go. I need a dropper and an absorber, because I'm going to have a chest with an absorber, like right next to it, just sucking up the batteries. Of course I don't have batteries. See how everything's like a process? Like, you need this item, but you need this to make it. You know what I mean? Like, so, as you set things up, you'll stop having those needs, because you could just go to a box and grab those items. Now, this is all very crude. Well, like, the way I'm laying things out is pretty crude. Mostly because I'm going to pick all this stuff up and move it. This is just your basic ideas of how to do everything. So see how, like, as the battery gets done, it'll shoot it out, but this wall will stop it. But then I can just have a chest, like, on the other side. Get my floor. I need a chest. And an absorber. Okay. Dang it, going to the wrong places. Chest. Absorber. Okay, so the reason this wall is here is when you place your chest, you want it to be as close to the wall as you can. So like that. So there's like barely a gap. Take this wall away. Add your dropper to the chest. Make sure you try to line it up pretty straight with the dropper. It's like that. And then I'll fix the egg thing later, and I'll have them going somewhere else. If you place the wall back, it will work through the wall. And the reason you want this wall is because these droppers, for some reason, the developers made it when they drop items, this thing fires the item out at like 100 miles an hour. So if the wall wasn't there, it could potentially like fire off into random directions. So just by placing a wall in front of where you want things absorbed, see how it kind of just stopped the battery and then it let it get absorbed? It just makes the pickup process much, much cleaner. And as far as these eggs, because, and cactus, because Xbox has that floor limit, like when over here we were working with the wheat, because only 32 items at a time can be on a ground in a certain area, oh, come on, Saw, do it. So when it cuts this wheat, for that split second that wheat's all over the place, if there's a bunch of eggs over here, these eggs will disappear. And then vice versa. Say that, like, the wheat is cut, and then, like, this thing dies and some eggs and stuff get produced, it will delete some of the wheat, so it won't have more than 32 items. So you want to have things getting rid of items on the ground. And it just so happens that this chest is actually absorbing them pretty well. But usually I just set up a market, like, nearby. So actually I have one on me. I usually would just do this, like place it like right next to the water. Jump place. Haha. And then I would just put like an absorber like right here on the back of it, and it would just suck up all these eggs for it. And then it would just have a little bit of extra passive income per 5 minutes. But for now, I think this chest is actually grabbing them all, so I don't even have to worry about it. So yeah, this is how you basically set up your automations. So the green monos is to prevent anything from dying, and then you just have things absorbing stuff as it gets made. So like anytime now I need batteries, I just come here and there's fucking batteries. It's nice. Yeah, that's it. Now if I wanted to, say I needed to farm elephant, they drop tusks, or they drop ivory with elephant as an enchantment on it, and that ivory is used for making a specific amulet. So if I wanted to farm a bunch of the elephants, what I could do is, because these green monos are, oh excuse me, I have the hiccups, these green monos are dying and healing pretty much everything within this 3x3 area, and also a little bit above. Like it does about a 1-story healing above it, so it can reach stuff up here as well. If I wanted, I could place another breeder. Let's say I put a floor up here. I could place a breeder up on this floor here and place elephants and have them shoot over into the water, and then they would die in the water, and I could just have like a chest absorbing their materials that get dropped by the elephants. But then the 2 elephants that are up here on the breeder will never die because these green monos down here will be healing them. Because everything takes damage when it's on a breeder. But that's why those green monos are so freaking important. Because instead of having to sit here and hand, like either run myself on this wheel or have to like hand heal the cow with a spell, because there is a spell you can do an area heal under magic. This one, Arch Heal. It says at max it does 55% life heal, so I could potentially only heal half of a cow's life every 30 seconds, and by that time the cow would just eventually die. Like you can't heal fast enough. But then even if you did it that way, like even if it did work for a little bit, like you could only sit here and heal this thing. You wouldn't be able to go anywhere else and do anything else while you're trying to, you know, mine something or do something. So this is by far the best way to do it, because this lets you do everything else while you're not there. Now the only other item I'm actually missing is an item called a monolith. It's right here. It's these gray rectangles called artificial monolith. So this 3x3 is the bigger version. This is the regular version. All it takes is a little bit of iron. And the reason it's so important is that the game has like rendering distance. Oh shoot, put it this way. So because I'm on Xbox, I'm on a Series X, so I can actually have the setting up a little higher than regular Xboxes. Is it render distance right here? I usually keep it around like 700 or 800, but you can crank it way down just to show you. Have it at 100. See how I can't see jack shit like from a certain like area? If I walk too far away, as soon as I walk out of render distance, those machines and stuff will stop working. And potentially the animals and stuff that I have on those machines could potentially die because the game isn't like rendering in the green mono things. So like this, like if I traveled islands or walked too far away and came back, all this stuff would not be working. And these could potentially die on the machines. So you want to place these things called the artificial monolith because it loads in this specific square. Even if I go to a different part of the island and can't see this square, this will still be loaded in. Now on PC and maybe even on Xbox, I haven't checked, but there might even be a setting, I know for sure on PC because I've seen it, where it will just turn that whole situation off to where you don't have to worry about placing these monoliths. But for me, because I'm on Xbox, I have to, or else my stuff could, like, before I knew about it, I would travel an island, come back, and all these monsters would just be dead, and none of this would be working. So I like had to look up how to do it, and this is how you do it. So it will keep this only in this golden square. This stuff will stay working. So you're gonna have to make more of them, or the bigger one if you want to cover a larger area. The bigger one just costs a little bit more resources, but it covers a huge chunk, so totally worth it. Yeah, so this one covers a giant area versus that smaller square. So this is usually the one that now it moves, the area it's covering obviously moves with you. So just find like a good spot that's touching everything. It's got everything covered. The only thing that it really needs it for right now is that stuff over there with the monsters, but eventually I'll have more stuff that I'll require to be rendered in. But yeah, this is your basic green mono farm, battery farm, wheat farm, wheat flour, and then bioethanol farm. Pretty basic stuff. And if you see, I already have a crap ton of wheat. So what that tells me is that I'm making more wheat than this one cooking pot can make. So what I want to do is make more cooking pots so that way it'll catch up on the wheat flour. And then as I'm making more wheat flour, I'm going to want to do another one of these aging facilities. So I basically like calculate, all right, I'm making like, 800 wheat in every 5 minutes. I need to have enough cooking pots to handle that amount. Or else this chest will just get completely full of this regular wheat and I won't be able to do anything with it. So as I keep going, I'm going to make more craft connectors for these cooking pots and make this more efficient. But honestly, I think for now, I think I might call it there. Because I just noticed I've been streaming for over 4 hours. So I think I might call it here, guys. This is a really, really good start to a new playthrough. I'm really proud. So hopefully anybody that stopped in will come by again next stream. It should be tomorrow because I'm off for tomorrow from work, so I'll be on here. Thank you again, guys, for stopping by. And oh, let me change my setting back to render distance. Let's do it there. Oh yeah, always make sure you grab that. Make sure I don't have any last minute items. Yeah, okay, I'm right where I need to be. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for stopping in and watching. Make sure you always save manually, too.